Monday, September 18th, 2023 to order. Are there any agenda additions or changes from staff?
One addition from staff. It's a memo from Finance Director Dan Roy. It's in front of you at your seats. There's also a few extra copies up on the table by the agenda. This is for item 6E, the purchase of approval of Fire Department Car 12 replacement purchase. So I can speak to that once we get to it, but request that you add it to the agenda for discussion at that point.
Okay.
Okay, I'll try to speak into it better.
All right. Thank you, Greg. There's also the charter revisions. There's a document that...
Correct. No changes there. That's just Ethan had asked to try to do a side-by-side. So the packet has the track changes. This is a side-by-side track changes.
So there's no new materials.
Changes, correct. Yeah. And happy to take input at that point of which is a better way to look at it for the future.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks. Any agenda changes requested by board members? Okay. Then I'll make the motion that we include the memo from Finance Director for item 6E.
Second.
Thank you, Don. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we have updated agenda. Next item on the agenda is public to be heard. Public to be heard is a time where those attending the meeting can speak to the board about town business that's not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak during public to be heard, you can either raise your hand here in the room, or you can use the raise hand feature in Zoom. You can find the button to raise your hand online. If you move your cursor down to the reactions button at the bottom of your screen, click on that. It will offer you the opportunity to raise your hand, and I'll be able to see if you have done so. So is there anyone in the room that would like to speak during public to be heard? I saw Ken Signorillo. Come on up.
Good evening, Ken Signorillo. Quick update from the last Conservation and Trails Committee meeting. Take 1 minute. We met on the 12th, took 2 hours, 6 of 9 were present. We reviewed one development application. We added 2 items to the town plan action recommendations, one of which you might be very interested in: non-motorized boating access to the Winooski River. Pick that up at the at your your budget prioritization thing, and we scooted it in real quick. We set up our work plan for the year. We'll prioritize it at the next meeting. I'll give you what we picked as some priorities next time. We moved to buy 4 new additional tree city signs. You might have seen 2 of the 2 that we did get. We moved to buy 4 more of those and put them at major thoroughfares coming into the town. Got a report on the ephemeral art at the parks, which you may have seen or heard about. Our Indian Brook cleanup got moved 1 hour, 12 o'clock on the 21st now instead of 1 o'clock. Hope to see at least 1 or 2 of you there. Rain day is the 22nd. We got an update on the potential tree nursery at the tree farm, and that was it.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you, Ken.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wishing to speak during public to be heard? I don't see any hands in the room. I don't see any hands online. So let's move on to public hearing. I will open the public hearing on zoning and subdivision regulations. Catherine, come on up.
Okay, could you allow me to share?
Yes.
All right. So similar to how I've done this the other times that I've come to you with the zoning regs, I'm going to just do a quick little PowerPoint presentation just to make sure everybody's on the same page with where we are with the regulations and the process. And then if that sounds good, to start that way. And then if you want to proceed with the rest of the
Recording in progress.
Okay. So the zoning and subdivision regulation change process, seen this before as well, but the general idea is that there are changes that either are made or suggested by the public or the planning commission or staff of things that they will be amended, changed, updated, added to the zoning regulations. So the planning commission works on a series of changes, and in particular, this round is a lot more housekeeping than big changes. It's been since 2016 that the regulations have been amended. Oh, 2017. So there's just a lot of little things to fix. So after the planning commission reviews those changes and agree on them, there's just a state process that needs to be followed. So it's notifying joining towns and the regional planning commission and the state planning office. And then the planning commission held one public hearing, and that was back in May. And you held one public hearing. This is your second. And so after this public hearing tonight, you may choose to tonight adopt the regulations, or if not, you can have more public hearings or figure out what you want, whatever you want to do from here. And then once they're adopted, they're effective 25 days or 21 days after. So just, I'm going to run through a few of the zoning regulation and subdivision amendments. So again, like I mentioned earlier, most are minor, clearing up some inconsistencies or updating information. And so some examples of that are changing the reference or removing the reference to the Village of Essex Junction, and referencing the 2021 ETC Next plan. There's some changes in here that were amended by changes to state planning statute. And these are older ones way back from 2018 to 2022. So an example is that the accessory apartment, the rules changed, and an updated definition of affordable housing. A couple other changes that maybe are a little bit bigger, but in the B1 district, and this is in the Susie Wilson Road, there was a change to density, so it's allowing greater density on some smaller lots, which really is where we want to see growth, and it's really supporting the statewide push for more housing. So in the sign section, we have additional language to reflect some more recent technology and standards, and some new language to allow marquee signs in the MXD PUD B1 district, and that's in the Essex Experience area. And then dwelling area requirements, we removed the restriction of a certain size limit. And then in the subdivision regulations, again, and even more, so changes were pretty minor here. And so clearing out some inconsistencies, updated the Conservation Committee to the Conservation Trails Committee, things like that. And updated the definitions to reflect the zoning regulation definitions. And then last couple of slides here are in relation to the changes that the select board made at your public hearing that you had last month. And so I came to you with a couple, and the public had a couple as well. So the first one was Act 47, the 2023 Home Act, which was statute really focused on greater housing density. I had a couple suggestions that I thought were reasonable to do at this point. The other ones, I think if you remember, I thought are too complicated, and every time I look at them, I agree that they're more complicated. Nobody seems like they can agree on something. So for now, duplexes are treated as the same as a single unit dwelling in dimensional standards. So meaning like your lot size or your setbacks, that kind of thing. Family is replaced by unit or household, and two family is replaced by duplex unit. So another change, the Planning Commission made a change to the fences and walls language related to electric and barbed wire fences. And you all had some tweaks to that. And so you can see that there. And the Planning Commission was supportive of this change, and the other ones too, related to the Home Act. So there was a change made to temporary uses and structures, and saying that there needed to be adequate off-street parking for garage sales or auctions. And the Planning Commission was not as supportive of this one. They like the idea of trying to regulate, but they didn't feel like there was enough maybe time spent with the public talking through maybe some ways to tweak it to make it work a little bit better. And I think one of the biggest concerns that they thought that it was possibly really limiting to people that had small yards, small short driveways. And you know, I'm a converse, somebody who has a long driveway and a big lot, it would be much easier for them to hold the sale. So it's you know, thinking about equity might not be seen that way. And then another change that you made to the fences and walls section, and this was on recommendation from somebody from the public that asked for this. And again, the Planning Commission was not as supportive of this one. They felt that limiting to 8 feet didn't seem, it wasn't something that had been thought through that much. They just thought there were some holes in the language as well. And then there was a change, the Planning Commission made a change, which you could see up here that's in red, where they were trying to really limit some things that could be waived in our PDI buffer, 50-foot buffer. And it came across as maybe not really doing what they wanted to do. It was maybe a little too confusing. And so they agreed with you that, okay, yeah, we'll not add that. But we do want to take they said, we want to take a big look at the RPDI and make some changes down the road. And so this would be something that they could consider down the road. But as they were talking, they thought, well, maybe we can reorder the section so it would just read a little more clearly. And so keeping A where it is, putting D up to B, and then putting B and C below, which is this. So just changing the order of those sections, but no word changes, just reordering it.
So just to be clear, the original change that was recommended by the Planning Commission is also removed from this.
Right.
So it's reverting to the original language,
Right.
just reordering. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So what's next? So the select board can make changes during this hearing still. So, and it doesn't include just the ones that you've already talked about at your first hearing. So you can make additional changes. If you make changes that are considered substantial, then it would need to go back to the Planning Commission again for them to amend their report, and then you would need to have another public hearing. If you make changes related to the issues that the Planning Commission had, so say you agree with them, that would not need to go back to the Planning Commission. If it's something tiny, just like a little bit of word changes, again, it wouldn't need to go back. But we'd have to talk about what those changes are to make that determination. So tonight you can, if you wish, close the public hearing and then vote to approve. And again, the regulations, if approved, would go into effect 21 days to vote.
All right. Thank you. we've already had a go at this, and so this is a public hearing, so I think we'll go to public comment first, and then we can have some discussion. So I see a hand up in the back. Come on up, Betsy. No, you over here by the microphone, please.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Catherine,
You want me to get up?
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Or we need to bring another chair.
So I'm kind of leery about this 8-foot maximum for their fences. You know, the state passed a law that you could grow your own marijuana in your backyard. And some people, I think, have got those higher fences to prevent people from seeing over or climbing over their fence. So I'm not really sure that that's a great answer, saying that you can't have it more than 8 foot tall.
Okay.
I just think that could be trouble.
Okay, thank you, Betsy.
Mhm.
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm Hubie Norton, and I've read the response that the Planning Commission sent back, and I do understand their reasoning. How they noted that the proposed language would not solve the concerns it is intended to solve. So they're recognizing there is a concern, but they're offering no solution. So I think there is a very simple solution to this, and that is that section E that we talked about there should simply say fences shall not exceed 8 feet in height. The part that said not to have fences on fences, they were concerned about that. I think we were quibbling a little bit, but anyway, I think it can be that simple. Fences shall not exceed 8 feet in height. Then also, as I had suggested before, another section could be added to say that exceptions, that the Zoning Board of Adjustment, through conditional use review, may authorize residential fences which exceed 8 feet in height, specifically for security or safety purposes. It may require landscaping to mitigate visual impacts. So it provides an opportunity, if somebody did indeed need a fence or wanted a fence over 8 feet, they could apply for a conditional use and it could be reviewed and so on. So I looked a little deeper, and this is not a precedent here, 8 feet. In Burlington, their regulation says fences shorter than 4 feet do not require a permit. Fences that's South Burlington. In Burlington, a fence permit application must be submitted, approved, and a zoning permit issued. Styles, materials, and dimensions of the proposed fence shall be compatible with the context of the neighborhood and use of the property. Pretty stiff, okay? And I'm not suggesting that at all. In South Burlington, the regulation says, fences shorter than 4 feet do not require permit. Fences 4 feet to 8 feet require a zoning permit. A fence over 8 feet in height shall be considered a structure subject to normal setback requirements for the zoning district, unless otherwise approved by the Development Review Board as a conditional use subject to the provisions of Article 14 Conditional Use Review. Pretty stiff, okay? So that's South Burlington. Now, just before I came, I took a look at Williston's. Williston's is even more interesting. Of course, do we want to be a part or want to align ourselves with South Burlington, or are we aligning ourselves with anyone? At any rate, for the town of Williston, which maybe is more like us, their regulations. Height, no fence on a residential property may exceed 6 feet in height above grade, except as provided in sections below, which I'll read. Fences within the front yard setback are limited to 42 inches in height. The limitations they talked about are privacies, enclosures, and kennels. Privacies, enclosures, for example, around an outdoor spa, and the fencing of kennels may exceed the height established in the section above, but must be within the setbacks required for structures. A portion of the enclosure or fence that is over 6 feet in height must not be solid. It may be a lattice similar or decorative work, screen, or wire. And then the other section, it says screening and sound barriers along major roads and trails, fences erected as screens and or sound barriers along rights of ways on arterial and major collector may exceed 6 feet in height. The administrator shall, however, refer to all such fences for review before acting on the application for administrative permit. So Williston, not over 6 feet in height. So, I don't think there's precedent for regulations of existing communities around us. I don't think 8 feet is unreasonable. And so I suggest that that's what should be the change in the regulation, to add that section E. Fences shall not exceed 8 feet in height. And then add where you have the exception that if there is a need, somebody has a need, it can become before the zoning board for conditional review. And so there's that opportunity. Questions?
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? I don't see any hands in the room. Anybody online wishing to comment? Okay, I don't see any, so I guess we'll move back to the board. Any comments or questions from board members? Don,
I have
see your
two
hand.
questions. What would constitute the need to waive that 50-foot buffer?
Well, right now it says that you can't have stormwater there. I don't have it up in front of me, or access
Yep.
drive.
Driveways.
Mhm.
So those sorts of things. So normally, so the tree warden has actually come out and looked at the 50-foot buffer and seen that they're generally not a very big buffer, and there are not a lot of healthy trees often. And just with the normal site work that you do, oftentimes the roots get damaged, or they're tall and just probably not safe to have. So he pretty much always recommends cutting down the tall trees anyway within that buffer. There's always a replanting plan for it. I don't think it's with it, but generally it's.
There is always a replant. That was
Yeah.
that was my.
Yeah, because I think it says it has to remain vegetated.
And then my other question would have to do with your garage sale that they didn't like. What if you specified along Route 15? You specify the area, because that seems to be where the most troubles have been.
They considered that. It seemed a little bit like spot zoning in a way, very, very specific, and so really singling out properties.
I mean, because I knew that's where most of the complaints had come from, where the traffic issues were. So, okay, thanks.
Any other comments? Kendall, you look like you got something.
I like the fence suggestion. I thought that was worded very well.
Okay, anybody else? Ethan?
Yeah, I just have a short question. I'm gonna start with RPDI first since it's in front of me. But I thought we were talking about eliminating the 50 as well last week. I thought we were gonna strike 50.
The planning commission added in that 50-foot in B, because they thought they were trying to make it clear about that there's a clearer waiver process for the 50-foot. So you felt like it was confusing to add that in, and it talks about a waiver later for the 50-foot buffer. So it was sufficient to keep it as it was. So I remember Lorraine Zaloom saying, like, I like the idea of limiting the 50-foot buffer, but I think this makes it confusing. So you remember that was a planning commission add-on that didn't seem to really clear up the issue, like the planning commission had intended.
But in the slide that you showed, it still included one singular 50 in front of the 100 and 200. I thought we were striking the bottom line and the 50 because it was already here.
It may not be, but if they do need to move it, they
So-
gave themselves permission down here.
And so what Catherine was showing was what we talked about last week. Then the second section was what the planning commission recommended, which was keeping the original wording and reordering it. So, section C or section B, the proposed, well, I guess it would be now section C. That says parking areas, access drives, components of stormwater management systems may not be located in 100 or 200 foot buffers. And then it says, but may be allowed within the 50 foot buffers. So that's actually the original language.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm answering your question. I may have-
No, my question is, I thought we agreed last week to strike 50 from section B, both languages. Or it wasn't last week. Sorry, it was like
So,
less public.
a month ago.
so does that suggest then you can't have a driveway to get onto any of the properties? That's the thing that I think I get confused on.
It says
If,
parking areas, access drives, and components of stormwater management systems may not be located within the 50, 100, and 200. So we were going to strike the 50 in general because down below it says that the planning commission may not. Yeah, it still contradicts itself. In the 100 or 200, but may waive in the 50.
No, because one's RP, one's the two different districts, Ethan. I think that's why that's like that.
No, I'm in the same. It's. I'm comparing B with D, but
Okay.
I don't know.
So I think probably the easiest thing to do is just go back to the initial language that was there with no changes.
Which
I
was
think the
the
planning
50.
commission is fine with that. So anything that's it's confusing with strikeouts and underlines, but really it's just going back to what it initially was in the regulations with the red.
Which red? The red strike through or the red
Well, I mean,
underline? There's two reds.
there is. So it's but it's going back to where it was. That's
Okay.
the bottom line.
I don't
so
think I
no,
have
no
the
proposed
original-
changes by the planning commission or by the select board. That's what I would recommend.
Do we know what the original read?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the. Like, I think my reference in this memo isn't
I can look back to last
right.
meeting. In the meantime, should I jump into my fence question?
So, I'm now wondering whether we should go through each of these suggested changes one at a time, have a discussion about it, and then go to the next topic, rather than just going.
Back and forth.
So, on the buffer question, I'm inclined to consider the recommendation of the planning commission and have the bigger discussion about the RPDI continue, because that's already taking place. And as suggested, revert to the original language in the reordering of the paragraphs. Others have comments about accepting the planning commission's recommendation or not?
So, quick question. D is part of those the RPDI buffer, RPDI district. May waive buffer requirements in the 50-foot buffer area. Does that mean that a waiver could be granted to basically say B and C don't apply? We don't have to keep existing trees. We don't need to maintain, they don't need to remain fully vegetated, so on and so forth. Is that what that waiver is for? That they can basically say, nope, we're not doing B and or C in that section?
I don't think so.
Well, as you mentioned, though, that the town forester does go look at those buffers, and if the trees are dangerous, then they will allow a waiver to be issued to take them down as long as there's a replanting plan to put something else back in there. That's that what I understood.
Right.
So yes, they can waive the need to leave older trees that might be, when you take a pine tree that's surrounded by other pine trees, you take everything else around it, that pine tree becomes less stable because there's no trees around it to buffer it. And so, single standing tall pine trees are more dangerous than a clump of them. And so I think the forester would recommend that they possibly be taken down but something else needs to be replanted. It doesn't say in the regulation that there needs to be that there are conditions.
Yeah.
That,
So there's another section too in the zoning that deals specifically with the RPDI. So it's also confusing. I think that this language there's some language in two different spots.
Okay,
So that
okay.
that section is more clear about the replanting.
Okay. So yeah, there could be a proposal to put a stormwater swale into a 50-foot buffer. There could be a proposal to put, everybody's got to have a driveway. You got to be able to use the property you have to have a driveway in order to get onto the property. So I think in all cases, all properties, if they're developed, need to have a waiver to allow a driveway to go across the 50-foot buffer. Otherwise, you can't get to it, right?
Yeah, I was just curious what the original language said.
All right.
So we're
So
sticking with that.
let me show you. Okay, so this they look in B. It doesn't have the 50-foot there.
But it does contain the last sentence, but may be allowed within 50 feet, 50-foot buffers. That's the language that's going to stay.
That's the proposal, that language would stay, yes.
Okay. That's what we yeah.
So what we have I'm not sure I have a consensus as to, Kendall and I have both commented about agreeing with the planning commission's recommendation to stay with the original language and reorder them, and have continued discussion about the RPDI to look at the overall thing. Any other thoughts?
And what are you doing with the fence issue?
Well, I'm not saying we're accepting the whole thing. I'm just talking about this one particular
right.
issue of the change of the language around the 50-foot buffers. Do we want to? Yep. Would you have it? Because we got to decide I think during this public hearing whether we want to accept that or not, right? And then we'll vote on the changes that we end up agreeing on. Unless we want to vote on each of the changes individually. I suppose we could do that.
That might be easiest.
The board is I'm sorry, you were asking a question. You want permission to ask a question right now? Yeah. Sure. Go ahead, Betsy. So we gave the public the opportunity to speak. And yes, go ahead. Come forward, identify yourself, and I'm allowing the question, yes.
I do have a question.
So the 50-foot buffer that you've got there, Catherine. Betsy,
Direct your question to me, please.
So the
Betsy?
50-foot.
Direct your question to me, please.
Oh, thank you. So the 50-foot buffer that the planning commission is saying that they can waive, that has nothing to do with how the vegetation is. I didn't see anything in that B about the vegetation.
So it's,
And I want to be sure that when you're saying that you're just going to, not do it, what are we talking about? Just that they can have a driveway and they can have stormwater through the 50-foot buffer. Yes, that's what we're saying that you're saying they can have. I want to understand. And what about the vegetation? Because I don't want to see the vegetation removed from the 50-foot buffer. If it's not thriving because of how it's been planted or because they put the mulch too high or whatever, and have killed the plant, I would like to see a good buffer there and good vegetation there that makes it blend in with the surrounding neighborhood. And is that part of what that is in that? I'm trying to understand this because I didn't see this piece.
so your
And do you have it in front of you?
do I have what in front of me? I'm not sure
This
what you're.
piece about the 50-foot buffer, is that in front of you?
Yeah, it's in the I am not familiar with all of the regulations, so no, I can't answer your question to say
But
whether.
is our chair, is our department head over here aware what they are? Can I ask her?
I will relay your question. I will allow her to answer your question.
Yeah, you do.
Prefer it if you're in front of the microphone, yes. Sorry for the musical chairs here.
Okay, so
We should bring another chair over.
yeah. So like I had mentioned before, this particular section that we're looking at is not just about the RPDI. There are other issues about buffers. This particular section A through D is just for the RPDI, but there's a discussion about where buffers are required in other spots. But if you go to table 214, which is all about the Resource Preservation Industrial District, RPDI district, there is a lot more discussion about buffers and waivers too. So when we're talking about the 50-foot buffer in particular, there is language that says there needs to be a plan, a proposal for additional landscaping and revegetation, and that it needs to be approved as a part of the app.
Is that current?
Yes. Right.
Yep, thanks, Betsy. Thanks for the question. Sorry for my forgetting how to run a meeting or something. So, Tracy, you had a question.
Yeah, so Catherine, what you showed for the existing, what I'm seeing for C is all existing trees and other vegetation shall be preserved except in an area of not more than 20 feet on each side of required driveways, which must be maintained in grass or other ground cover that does not obstruct driveway site distances. Buffer shall remain fully vegetated with the exception of tree clearing pursuant to a forest management plan, FMP, approved by the Planning Commission. So is that first part being removed as part of, because I don't see it in what was proposed?
No, the proposal would be to not remove anything. So if the Planning Commission was just reordering those sections.
Okay,
So
I was
there
just
was
going
no-
off of your slide and it didn't have that language in there, so I wanted to,
Okay,
I
so
was just curious why.
well, that I maybe mistyped it on the slide.
Okay,
So everywhere else, that remains. Yeah. The Planning Commission didn't want to remove anything. They just wanted to reorder the sections.
So the memo is how they propose to have it written for final.
Correct.
But that's where I got confused earlier because in the memo it strikes out but.
So that was, yeah, the things that in the memo, that section is what
What
we
we did.
recommended, what was recommended by in the last hearing.
Okay. Then directly below.
The section below it, which includes the four sections A through D, reordered. All of the original language is retained there. Just the order is moved in order to hopefully clarify what the intent of the Planning Commission was.
Okay.
they agreed that the language that they had originally proposed was confusing, and they think that reordering it helps with that.
But they also said if you want to not reorder it, that is also fine.
Right, you
It's
could
just causing
just
more
leave it.
confusion, then that's fine.
So again, maybe I'll ask people explicitly. Tracy, do you want to support the planning commission's recommendation, or
I'm
and then
I am good with it, but do agree that the overall intent and RPDI language should be revisited as a whole. But I do think that removing the but may be allowed within 50-foot buffers and then reiterating what that waiver process is, I think that makes it more clearer. So I would support.
Ethan, you have any thoughts on?
I just want to make a comment to Tracy really quick that they're leaving in the but may be allowed within 50-foot buffers. That's where I was confused earlier.
That's so they just want to go back to the language before that, and that did include
But
that.
they moved it from being B to it's still B.
Well,
I know this is
Well, it's not
so-
B.
It's labeled as B.
Because
It would be C. It would be a
yeah.
new C. It would be yeah. It's just not. It's yeah.
I
D gets moved up to B, and B becomes C,
that
and C
was-
becomes
I
D.
apologize. That was not clear to me. So it would go A, D, B, C, or it would.
It would go A,
Yes.
B, C, D, but
Yeah.
but the words would be in the order that they're on the page.
Okay.
The section lettering would be adjusted to,
Right.
in alphabetical order rather than scrambled as
With
they
no
are.
cross-outs or add-ons. It's just a reorder.
So D becomes B, B becomes C, and C becomes D.
And the
That
only
does not
difference.
change my comment.
Okay.
I'm
Um,
good.
You
I'm fine with it.
right. So let's move on to the fence question. Ethan, you said you had some specific comments on that.
No, I mean, yeah, for both, but I only see one recommendation. I know they agreed with the fence there, but there was added language in the slideshow.
No,
About,
no, I
as
was just
exempt by
I
the
was
state of
including
Vermont.
your language that you had proposed.
We added it being exempt by the state of Vermont.
So you're talking about the electric fence?
Yeah.
They accepted our recommendation.
Right, but in the slideshow, it changed from
So what does it say in your memo?
agriculture, because we have it in the packet as agriculture is exempt, and in the memo it said, or not in the memo, it's not in the memo.
Right. Their memo
But
only
in the-
had things that they wanted
Right.
to. They had some issues with.
But in your slideshow, it says the language has changed, and it says something to do with being exempt by the state. I still have yet to hear an example of an electric or barbed wire fence that would.
Well, I can show you what.
So it's a double whammy. What about the police station?
Oh, that's a good
It's
point.
not in the town,
That's a good
actually. Never
point.
mind.
That's a very good point.
But Woodside's not there anymore.
Fences.
Yes, it is. It's a different use. It's still there, but it's a different
That's
use now.
still there?
It's not a juvenile facility anymore. It is still there. And
That'd be
Open up
that would be grandfathered from the 8-foot question.
but it also raises the question about barbed wire. You wanted to make it explicit where barbed wire was agricultural only. So there's security issues that.
Right, but wouldn't there be I mean, that was the conversation that was brought up before, though, was why it was restricted to certain areas was because they didn't want barbed wire everywhere. So wouldn't you still have it be a review to make it something that you would accept? You wouldn't just say you can put barbed wire for the state as you can. You know what I mean?
So you're totally convincing me that we should not change anything relative to references to barbed wire in our regulations because we don't understand what it all means, and there's not been a good public process to review the
Right.
use of barbed wire in Essex, and as the security questions have come up just tonight that I hadn't heard before or thought about before, I'm a little concerned about the five of us making a decision to change barbed wire language in our regulations without, I don't think we've gotten adequate input. That's
The only concern I have is the way it's written right now. There's no exemption for agriculture, and the electric and barbed wire fence on Towers Road is technically used for agriculture and is not allowed by the town.
So Ethan, I can show you the language that
Very
that you
original.
talked about at the last public hearing.
Right.
So it's this D.
Thank you.
right. So the sentence that says electrical and barbed wire fences are only permitted for agricultural uses makes it so that the former Woodside facility can't have barbed wire.
Right.
And so I don't think we should do that.
And if you but I agree. But if you eliminate that last sentence, Central District isn't allowed to have electric or fences. They're prohibited. And it says nothing about barbed wire.
So take out Central District. Does that cover your field?
Why is it just? It's not just me though. It's anybody that wants to participate in agriculture in the town of Essex. I just had come across it when I was watching the revision process, and I said, "We're not allowed to have electric fences in Essex, in 85% of Essex."
My take is we kick this back to the planning commission, and you can take your
I did
comments to
6
the
months
planning
ago.
commission and
So I don't know. I mean, barbed wire is allowed everywhere, but electric fences aren't. That's something that doesn't make any sense from the beginning of the original language.
What if you left the electric and barbed wire fences are only permitted for agricultural uses with the exception of, and then you could do
we'd have
your
to identify all,
Woodside and
we'd have to identify all of those exceptions that we want to include, and I just remove only.
Yeah. If you just remove only, then it's still permitted.
Question for Catherine. I know that agriculture has a lot of exemptions that the state allows. Do you know if fencing is one of them? Is fencing exempt from local zoning regulations like some other agricultural uses are?
I believe that the planning commission looked at that, and yeah, I honestly can't remember for sure. I think there's an issue. Is it considered a structure? And if it's a structure, then yes, but then there's issues with setbacks, and so it was a little more confusing than we thought.
State statute for fencing is basically 65 to 70 years out of date and relates to
Oh, we're not going to fix
your
it.
cows in the road and how the town can walk them up for 35 cents a day until you come and get them, and it's original. So, but that's why I said before when I came to the first very meeting that they had about this, and like I said, there was snow on the ground, and there was no mention of state statute. There was no mention of even barbed wire. It was just the original language was electric fence is prohibited in these areas. Period. And that's the way it'll read with no changes. Technically, the horse that used to be here on 15, that fence would have been under the same scrutiny. There's barbed wire across from the sweet scoops around that whole property. There's no animals there. So at what point what's existing and what's okay and what's not okay? And it just seems like there's a rule in there that doesn't cover all of electric and barbed wire fences.
I think there needs to be a larger public process to go through all that, and the five of us shouldn't decide that.
Yeah.
I'm a little,
So what happens if this goes back to planning? We have to have another hearing?
no, we would just go back, we could just go back to the original language. I don't, and because the planning commission understands this stuff much more than I do.
I'm trying to figure out how you could reword that if you go back to the original language, could you also make it at the end with the exception unless the land is being farmed, being used for agricultural? Because if there's other areas that it's being used, well, we've prohibited it, but we're using it for agricultural now that we didn't used to. Could we exempt it that way?
So what are you exempting? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Electric
Land that's
fences
being used
or-
for, well, like Ethan's land where he has his cows, where the horse was, wherever anybody else may have an electric fence to hold their pets in, or horses, cows, sheep, whatever they have.
That
If it's in one of those zones, it would need to be exempted or waived or whatever.
that fence on, I'm just using this as an example, not because it's mine, but that fence on Towers Road has been there for longer than this has been written. The
Mhm.
property has since been subdivided
Mm-hmm.
and sold, and at no point did the town raise a flag about it violating the zoning regulations. Not in the review process, not in any of those situations. So where is this enforceable, and how do you, and what would the enforcement be if it's written? Would be my question. Because that fence has been there longer than this has been written, and a subdivision and a private sale happened under this regulation. So
So is that what we're trying to fix here? Is that one particular fence on top?
no, it's everybody in any one of those districts. You cannot own an animal with an electric fence. You could have an electric fence around your chicken coop. Not allowed. 6 chickens. You could have a bunny cage. It's not about agriculture or this or that. It's just electric fences. It's banned. It says electric fences are prohibited in all of these districts, period.
So Catherine, is that new language that was proposed, or is that how
That's
the-
original.
No, that
it
was
exists-
existing.
is ex-
So, yeah,
today?
anything that's crossed out in this case is what the existing language was, or is existing language in the 2017 zoning.
Okay, so it's not existing language, it's not a change that we're making further changes to, that's what we'll be.
Well, so the planning commission did propose some changes, and that was, instead of saying it's not allowed in those districts, it said it was allowed in some districts. So
Okay,
it was
so it
more,
was just worded to say where it is allowed.
but they did add in the barbed wire. Well, so I'm not showing you that the planning commission.
Yeah, can you show the slide that you showed us at the beginning?
I could also just show you the
Other
language.
comments? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Yubi, did you want to ask a question or a comment?
Comment. Fences, electric fences, not only for keeping things in, but for keeping things out.
Mm-hmm,
Seen any bears in residential areas in Essex?
yeah.
Anybody have beehives? Electric fences are often used to
Mm-hmm.
protect beehives. So I think it's a little bit of an overreach. Say agricultural.
Bees fall under agriculture,
Yes or no?
and it's in our definition in the table. You go to the table in the planning. I read the agricultural definition at the last meeting, but it covers just about everything you could think of.
So this is what the planning commission had proposed.
My issue was that they couldn't find anything that was exempt by the state. Originally, when I responded to this was their first proposal after the original.
So even this is problematic with with regard to security issues that have been pointed out this evening. So,
Well, probably the original language is, I guess, if you're talking about electric fences, but it doesn't mention barbed wire. So
right,
that
right. Adding in the barbed wire is problematic
more
from
the issue.
from the security standpoint. And then it sounds like there's an enforcement question about whether or not even what was written before was enforced correctly with electric fence prohibitions. If for example, I had chickens and I wanted to keep the foxes out. So is it up to us in this hearing now to figure out how to resolve an enforcement issue? I don't think we can put in the barbed wire one without a larger discussion to make sure that we're not missing something else. And if there's an enforcement issue about our requirement around electric fences, again, I don't know that. I think that feedback needs to go back to community development, and they should come forward with proposed language to address that the way it needs to be addressed, if it needs to be addressed.
I mean, that feedback was given a month and a half ago, and it was fine then. There was no concerns until today. We had this same meeting with the same. We came up with that language.
It was yeah. I guess there was a consensus that we would go forward with that language, but now I'm hearing that there's problems with it.
Can we remove barbed wire and change electric fences to be allowed in the town of Essex?
What do folks think about that?
Take out barbed wire, but leave the rest of it where it said they were permitted.
So it's just yeah.
Moved
Right, so
it,
the
now I
change
can't see it.
instead would be where, instead of saying where electric fences are prohibited, saying where electric fences are allowed. So it really doesn't change anything there. And I agree that we got to take the barbed wire out and have a larger
Yeah,
discussion.
take the
around
barbed wire out and leave the rest. Yeah.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that? So we would, I guess the proposal would be to accept the changes as proposed by the planning commission, but taking the barbed wire reference out.
Which proposal?
The one she just showed us.
The one that says that it's only allowed in 3 districts. Because that's not what we voted on last week.
We didn't vote on anything last week.
Okay, we came to a consensus on
this.
moving
this
it
language.
to sending it back to the.
And they didn't actually comment on this. They were okay with it.
They were okay with this.
Right.
Yep.
But they added language that you showed us earlier that said
Well,
in your slideshow, unless you came up with that language on your own in the slideshow you showed us at the very beginning of this meeting.
So this is the planning commission's original proposal, and then
Now
yes,
this was your proposal.
this is our proposal.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're there.
So-
We're back there again. So
So the planning commission had no. If I put something incorrectly in the slideshow, I apologize.
No, that's fine. I'm just curious if that was what they wanted to write in there because it said
they didn't-
state exemptions.
No, they were happy.
they accepted this language, but the highlight to this evening about the fact that the barbed wire is definitely going to be problematic,
Right.
because there
So we
are
just-
other uses, there's security uses.
So
for
leave
it.
electric wire fences are only permitted for agricultural
Yep.
uses. And if somebody needs to have the agricultural
Yep.
uses defined, then somebody
Well,
can
the-
define it for them.
Agriculture is defined in this,
Yep.
and I'm going to read it again for the record because I read it last time. In agriculture, as written in our subdivision definitions, agriculture as defined by the Vermont Secretary of Agriculture, Food and Markets to include the cultivation or use of land for growing food, fiber, Christmas trees, maple sap, horticulture, orchard crops, the raising, feeding, or management of livestock, poultry, equines, fish, or bees, operation of greenhouses, the production of maple sap, the on-site storage, preparation, and sale of agricultural products principally produced on the farm, and the on-site production of fuel or power from agricultural products or waste produced on the farm. The term shall include commercial greenhouses and riding stables, but specifically excludes the slaughtering of animals or poultry for commercial purposes.
Okay, so I'm in agreement with the language that we had proposed last time, striking the reference to barbed wire.
Yep.
Anybody else okay? Anybody else have any comments on that or concerns?
No.
We did go around in a circle there, and thanks for keeping us on the keel there to get
Oh,
back to the
sorry,
language that
but
was proposed.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And thank you for bringing up the barbed wire issue.
So then, now what about the 8-foot fence part of that where?
Yep, so that's the next,
That's the
that's
next
the next question, right? So,
I just like Mr. Norton's proposal.
I agree.
So for this one, scratch the barbed wire. It's good.
yeah, so we're general consensus is we're okay with that. Okay, so but the 8-foot fence thing, the feedback that came from the planning commission was that if you move the fence 6 inches away from your property line, it's no longer on your property line. But I guess the proposal included discussion about within your proposal included within setbacks, right? That it
It's very simple. Fences shall not exceed 8.
okay, so it removes the reference to property line.
No, he gave it to you to put into the.
Yeah, I just thought maybe.
Section that says that if there's opportunity, if there's need for something greater than that, comes before the zoning board. I can understand where they were coming from. What the fence and the definition. I think we can help. It's the fence, the higher than 8 feet. I think it's that.
The other feedback from the planning commission is that this becomes a bit of design review, which we don't do outside of in most districts. So this is a new design review function we're adding across all districts. The recommendation is not to do that.
I'll make the same comment that I made last time. To some extent, we already do that by saying that structures need to be located within, more than a certain amount of distance from bordering properties, property lines, things like that. So I see this as much of that same. We're not saying how the fence has to be designed. We're giving structure to, the height of the fence, and that's it.
So do we currently not regulate fences at all, or what do we?
So there was some. Good section all about them.
While Catherine's looking that up, that's with my comments are specific around the exemptions which list security and safety purposes as well, which would cover places like Woodside, places like police department. There would just be a step to prove that.
Okay.
So there's language here, but it's, the first A is more about corner, sight lines that a fence might be blocking. And next one is maintenance.
There.
So you don't need a permit for a fence, essentially.
Okay, that E section is the section that we added last week.
So commercial industrial properties can install fences without review.
Okay. All right, so what do people think about the proposal that came forward today? It said, as section E, fences shall not exceed 8 feet in height, and then it says section, or it adds a G section to that subsection to that section. Exceptions, the zoning board of adjustment through conditional use review may authorize residential fences which exceed 8 feet in height specifically for security or safety purposes and may require landscaping to mitigate visual impacts. Don, I think you said you're okay
I
with
do.
that.
I like it. Yep.
And all others
So what you just read is what they
is what was proposed this evening by Hubie as an alternative to the language that had been brought up before, which talked about there. It included fences on property lines, and then some of the rebuttal from the planning commission was, well, if you move it 6 inches in from the property line, you're no longer on the property line. Can you then go to 8 feet or 6 to 12 feet? Because it was explicit to property fences on property lines the way it was written. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Tracy or
God, I'm gonna go down this rabbit hole. Do we need to have security or safety purposes defined? I mean, if someone is concerned about a neighbor breaking into their home and went to the ZBA and said, I have a security or safety purpose, what would then define that security or safety purpose? Who would determine whether it was a legit purpose or concern?
Well, if it's over 8 feet, then zoning would have to. If it's under the 8 feet, then we're allowing them to do it.
Right,
Right.
but if someone went and wanted a 10-foot fence,
Then zoning would have to determine that if that was
right,
the
and
reason.
if it's not clear in the zoning regulations, then that's what I'm kind of going back to.
Will the zoning administrator do it?
I think as a zoning administrator probably would, maybe in consultation with others. And a zoning administrator's decision can always be appealed well to the zoning board. So could more of a
do we want to put ourselves in a position though where one application could be approved and one not, and then how do you adjudicate that?
And I keep going back to the
Right.
legally defensible
Mm-hmm.
question.
What about the simple language that he originally proposed?
Security.
Yeah, but that
Right,
can be
police station.
that's already grandfathered in anyway. But if there was to be a new facility, they could make that on the plan when they approve the site plan.
Yeah, but an individual on any street corner could say, I have concerns for my safety and I need I want to.
I'm not talking about. I'm just saying, going back to that 8-foot fence.
I have a procedural question.
Yeah.
If we exclude this and kick it back to the planning commission for more discussion, what does that time frame look like?
So you would be asking them to try to come up with some different language? Is that what you're thinking?
Right, to take into consideration some of the concerns around legit uses, making sure that it's firm enough to give clear direction. But I just don't, I don't want to say no here and forgive the phrase, but have it go into a black hole
Right.
and be forgotten.
So procedurally, like technically in state statute, there isn't a mechanism for what you're saying. The mechanism is that you tell the planning commission, or you say we've changed this, and then they can amend their report and choose to comment back. So then you would need to have another public hearing after that.
So we could move forward with everything but
Yes.
this and have them amend their report to come back to us. It's not an all or nothing.
So you mean at the next public hearing, you would just be talking about this one issue?
I'm saying, in hypothetically speaking, if we said yes, we want to go ahead and approve everything but this,
But that, okay.
would then the planning commission develop a new report for just that?
No, so
No.
I'm sorry, I guess I
Okay.
misunderstood. If you want to just strike this and not add this language, it was language that the select board added, it would not need to go back to the planning commission to amend the report. And you could approve the regulations without it. You want them to come up with different language. Again, there's not really that mechanism, but obviously we can share what the intent is with the planning commission.
Yeah, because I do have concerns with something where, you know, us in this room have just come up with like 3 different cases where, you know, poking holes in it.
Mhm.
I think it needs to be more fully vetted.
Well, I think that's generally acceptable to the planning commission as well. I mean, they take months to come up with changes, so.
Catherine, next round of zoning amendments. Now you have the town plan. We've had designations are going after. You've got a lot going on, but a year, year and a half, 2 years before the planning commission takes up zoning and subdivision regulations again.
Yeah, easily I'd say a year, probably longer. And it depends, you know, they like the idea of doing them more frequently. So even if it's not a big heavy lift of our state designations, there will be smaller things. Maybe it's the RPDI that gets tackled. Something like this could be included with that. It is not going to be early next year, though. I would say like a full 12 months.
Right, and my understanding is the select board has no mechanism to direct the planning commission to take up a particular topic. So the methodology for us to have them respond to something is to propose language that then they can respond to, that then they would have to respond to. If we remove this and ask them very nicely to look at it, they may or may not choose to do so.
Right.
So we can't mandate what their work plan. So I think that's part of the concern, that just to be clear is that if we don't do this, then it may languish or it may get taken up. So
Unless we hold up the whole package and send that language back and rinse and repeat.
right.
And the planning commission right now is in the thick of town plan stuff, so they may not have a chance to look at this. They may, but this is right.
So the next time any changes come through again, we can the select board can then at that time choose to add more add language around this, right? If
Right.
it isn't already in there. So similar to what happened here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Ethan.
I just have a technical question really quick. This is approved. It's going to have an effective date. Anything that we have would be grandfathered. Could we go with the original fences may be erected on the property lines and shall not exceed 8 feet in height, and with or without the last sentence, under the assumption that the planning commission can choose to to give any new applicant a waiver if their need arises to build a fence greater than 8 feet.
There isn't really a waiver provision. The waiver provision that is in zoning is pretty specific to it's to height, but I don't think it's building. I think it's building height specifically. So it's not, there's not just a general waiver of zoning.
Isn't that structure? Is it structure or building?
Is a fence.
Was the word structure or building, I guess would be the question. Because a fence is a structure.
It is, right. That's what I was just
Thinking.
trying to remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that exact language?
That'd just be a simple.
So do we want to try to, I mean, the meeting's been going on for a while here now. We got people waiting.
You've got
for
a
the
lot more
topics.
to
Do we, and that's not a reason not to, because we got another topic in this category to talk about as well. Just to get before we go too much further, do we want to, is there any consensus with regard to whether we want to move forward with something about fences, 8-foot fences today, or whether we want to have allow a more deep discussion to figure out what the language is, or do we want to sort it out tonight? Kendall or Tracy or
Can we keep just the first part? Fences shall not exceed 8 feet. Leave it at that.
but then you have the problem with security fences.
Which would be a special issue that they would have to bring to the planning commission if they wanted a fence more than 8 feet.
So the
There's no
second
provision
part,
to-
second part of Hubie's language mentioned about going to the zoning board for conditional use review.
Yes, it does. But we had concerns about
Yeah.
who defines what a security or safety
Okay.
purpose is, right? And so, without definitions of to back those things up, and how do you make sure you consistently enforce who gets a bit larger than 8-foot fence and who doesn't? I have concerns with going forward with this tonight without a lot more consideration of what possibilities or what problems we might be causing by putting these regulations. So to move things along, do we want to have more discussion about this? Do we want to keep it in? Who wants to keep, anybody to keep? Sounds like Don, you want to keep the 8-foot sec?
The 8-foot
Like-
session is fine. I just don't want to have to keep coming back for public hearings that we're not really accomplishing a whole lot in.
Especially when we're talking about the same thing we talked about the
Exactly.
public hearing before. Came to an agreement on.
So do we want to talk about our process, or do we want to talk about what we're going to do? So we want to.
I like it.
What, just leaving it at 8 feet?
Yeah.
Kendall, what do you want to do? 8 feet?
Yeah, I'd say 8 feet. And address other things that come up.
Yep.
In the future.
I have concerns about it. I might vote against the whole thing if we do that. So I'm worried about the exposure it's going to give us.
It's not going to change anything because there's this stuff that's been in here before hasn't been brought up in future things. They've been able to work around a lot of things in this. I don't see why a fence would be the killer in a project when there's so many things in here that come into play with so many different properties, and they found a way to make it happen. There's got to be a way to make it happen.
So which language is being proposed? You want to keep this language here that it specifically says on property lines?
Yeah.
So somebody can move a fence back 6 feet from the property line and go 12 feet. That was one of the planning commission's rebuttals against doing that. This specifically says property lines.
Right. It'd have to be within the setback to be considered not a fence. And then if you're within the setback, which setbacks are different on every road. On mine, two different roads, but say I'm 25 feet back, I could have a 25-foot fence as long as I get a zoning permit. Because it's a structure at that point. It's not a fence.
This is property line.
For a fence, you can't build within the buffer. Right?
So the only place you can put a fence is on the property line. You can't put a fence closer to your
Isn't that up above in A?
I don't know. That's the problem
It
I'm
is.
having.
It's
is
written.
I don't,
It's
I
written.
don't understand enough about
written.
this, what the restrictions are, what property line means, what
right here. All fences. I think up above there. I think it's A. There's all kinds of rules about where you can put a fence. It just the height is the only thing that's not defined.
Okay, so I guess I heard three of the five of us at least have said that they want to have the 8-foot thing in there, so I guess we should go forward with that.
So if someone comes in and they want to be a cannabis cultivator and they have a plot of land, there is a need to protect that. They can't have more than an 8-foot fence.
Oh, they'll be able to as long as it's not on the property line.
That's what I was just saying. You could just move off the property line and build a fence how tall as you
Which
want.
is then a zoning permit. And agriculture is exempt from all zoning regulations anyways, so that's already exempt. That's a state statute. So the only thing you have to follow is the setbacks with agriculture. There's no zoning regulations in the town of Essex. It's in our book.
All right,
So-
so I heard consensus that we want to add this language. Is that true? Language as it's written here. Now it's moved.
And defined under agriculture would be horticulture in the definitions.
Trying to move forward in the meeting here, so because I've heard the three of you say, so that's a majority that wants to do the 8-foot fence thing. I'm not in favor. No, I think we talk about respecting our committees and commissions and in support of the recommendation of the planning commission to not put it in.
What does that do for the public that raised the concern with no
I had one
solution?
individual talk about it.
I'm sorry, Catherine, can you go back to where does it say that if it's not on the property line that it doesn't matter? It can be any height.
That was a response from the planning commission.
Yeah.
That was their
They were-
part of their response was that what does it mean to have it on the property line? You could move it a couple inches in from the property line, and then the rule doesn't apply. So it's just in my sense it's kind of silly that only on the property line can you not have an 8-foot. Or you can only have an 8-foot. You move it in a little bit further, you can go higher.
Because I guess I'm just not seeing where that is in this section.
It's not in the regulations. It's in the response. It's in the planning commission's report on, or it's in their response, their response memo about how they don't support.
Yeah, but Catherine said something earlier about there's a height defining a structure.
The height waiver, I found it doesn't, it mentions it can only be one of the following that you could get a waiver for, and it does not mention fence.
Right, but I'm not talking about the waiver. You said a height. There was a height on a structure. The structure can't be inside the buffer. Not the buffer, the setback.
So I was talking about the waiver as an issue, but as far as there's nothing about height in the setbacks, or if there's a 40-foot building height. That's overall for anything, I guess it probably said structure, maybe not building. So no structure, it's more than 40 feet. That's the only height.
And if I may, fences are exempt from buffer requirements. The only
Yeah, I meant to say
around fencing
setback.
is as long as it's not obstructing traffic, you can put a fence within a
Right.
setback within a buffer, right on a property line.
And that was A in the fence section. It just said it couldn't obstruct view, essentially, with a fence for sightlines.
So everybody still want?
Well, how about this one? If we
I'm gonna change.
take the whole fence thing out,
Yeah.
we vote to accept the plan as presented with the exception of the fence proposal, And also recommend that that part of it returns to the planning commission for further consideration for the next review.
We can ask them, we can't force them to.
No, I'm just saying with the recommendation.
Yep, yep.
That work?
Yeah,
That
that
works.
works for me,
And
yeah.
that's my motion.
So we have another topic though, the
What?
garage sale part.
Well, that was explained and it was,
So it's my, yeah, it's hard. I don't know how you enforce that, and I don't know how, you know, there were garage sale in my week in my neighborhood this weekend. There were 6 cars in the street that all belonged to the people who were holding the garage sale. Or so
Well, and if it's in a neighborhood where there is on-street parking, why do we care? Why would it need to have off-street parking?
Right.
So,
the same argument could be made for the location on Route 15 that has raised some concerns. You can park on the side of
Right.
Route 15 as long as you're not in the travel lane. But it's accidents a lot. So anyway, I guess are we in agreement that we need to remove that and potentially other enforcement methods or other methods of dealing with it need to be.
I'll renew my objection to it from last time. I don't think it should be in there.
Okay. All right. So where I believe we are is we are accepting the recommendation of the Planning Commission in their memo with the exception of removing the barbed wire restriction. Is that correct? Is that what we remember it differently?
It's not in the memo.
The PC didn't have any qualms with your.
They didn't have any qualms with that. That's why I said, with the exception of
Right.
we're going to remove the barbed wire
Right.
because the barbed wire question didn't come up last time, so it wasn't. But yeah. So, are we ready to make a motion on that? And I'll make the motion. Didn't see any hands go up. I'll make the motion. Or did you have
I
more
thought
comment?
that's what I did, but that's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, do whatever.
Then okay. I just wanted to make sure make it clear. Okay, so Don has made the motion to. Sorry, I'll accept it. I'm sorry, Don.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Any further discussion? And I've already hopefully made it clear what we're voting on. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Actually, no, we're still in the public hearing. I'm sorry. Sorry. That's the next business item. So let's close the public hearing.
Make the motion, we close the public hearing.
Thank you,
Second.
Don. Thank you, Tracy. Sorry for the procedural error here. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, the public hearing is closed. Let's move on to our first business item, which is consider adoption of the amendments. Don has made a motion. It's been seconded by Ethan. Other than restating the motion, let's all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Hey.
Okay, motion passes 3-2. So, Catherine, do you understand what we've
Yes,
approved there? Okay,
I believe so. Thank you.
all set there.
Thank you, Catherine.
All right.
Thank you.
you.
So let's move on to our next business item, which is 6B, presentation about U.S. Small Business Administration Disaster Assistance Vermont Declaration Loan Program. We have Arlise Green here from the Small Business Administration. Come on up, introduce yourself and share your information.
Hello, my name is Arlise Green. I am a public affairs specialist with the Small Business Administration, and I'm here today to share with you the program that we have available for Essex County. Actually, it is a continuous county, and I'm going to explain in a minute what that means. But I'm here for the Vermont Declaration 18016. that happened on July the 7th, 2023. The incident was severe storm, flooding, landslide, and mudslides. And it's
At least you mentioned Essex County.
well, I'm sorry.
We're not in Essex County.
Well, I'm sorry. Exits.
Essex Town. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Essex
Okay. You
Town.
meant Essex Town. Okay.
I'm so
Just wanted to
confused
make
because
sure.
it's Essex County, Essex, New York. So please forgive me.
Okay.
And where I'm from, Louisiana, we don't even have counties; we have parishes.
Okay.
So this
okay.
is all new to me.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. Sorry
Okay.
for the interruption, Arlise. Go ahead.
I want to thank you, the Select Board, for having me here today to present the program that we have available. And what it means is that we have a economic injury disaster loan. And what that is a loan for small businesses. It does not matter if it's a home-based business, storefront, agriculture, any type of business and nonprofit organization are eligible to apply for this disaster loan. This is because the neighboring counties or towns were affected. And the disaster loan program, you can apply up to 2 million, and the term can go as long as 30 years. And we try to encourage businesses to go ahead and apply for this program because here we are again in hurricane season. And it's better to have it than not to have it. Then once the deadline has passed and you go back and say, oh, I should have gotten this loan. And it takes 6 months to a year before a business can really see the decrease in their sales. That's why the deadline is April the 15th, 2024. That give the business time to kind of see and look back at, oh, I was making this much a couple of months ago, but now going forward, I'm not making this much. So we just try to encourage businesses to go ahead and apply for this loan. And it's just a safety net. You know, we don't know what's going to happen from day to day. And it's just a safety net that they can have to get them along. So once this has all passed, they will be able to get back to the norm. If anyone have any questions, feel free to ask. Again, we just try to encourage all businesses and nonprofit organizations to go ahead and apply because this is something that is very necessary. And a lot of business don't know that they're eligible because they didn't have physical damages. But the damages is in the economic injury side of the business.
Okay.
So if there's anyone have any questions, feel free to ask.
Anybody have any questions? Tracy?
Given that there, is sort of that lull or time frame before businesses may even know that they're impacted, do you have a presence, or do you think it would be worthwhile to have a presence at the FEMA sites and the DRCs, the disaster recovery centers that are already stood up? It may be a good place to disseminate additional information.
So let me understand what you're asking. Are you asking that should the businesses go into the centers to apply?
Oh, I just didn't know if the Small Business Administration was part of the DRCs or the FEMA sites to add another layer for businesses to receive this information.
Yeah, generally they are in there together.
Okay.
In the DRC, but not the BRC. The BRC are just strictly for businesses.
Okay.
But the DRC, you have FEMA, other organizations, everybody tends to be there at the DRC.
Okay.
I hate to ask something very foolish, but according to the flyer that you provided us, it does not list Chittenden County as eligible for EIDL. And we live within Chittenden County.
Okay, Chittenden County was a major, so they were eligible for physical and economic injury.
Okay, but what it says is small businesses and most private nonprofit organizations in the following adjacent counties are eligible to apply, and then Chittenden County is not listed under the eligibility.
Okay.
Just so you know that we are in Chittenden County here. So
So at least I think what you said is there's two categories of eligibility. Above that, it mentions the
The major,
the major.
Right, but I
County.
understand she was talking about the EIDLs, and we're not eligible here in the county according to this.
Yeah, but
So I think what it says is that those counties are only eligible for the EID,
the physical part.
the physical part, and then the other counties are eligible for all, for both, for.
Well, Chittenden County is eligible for both.
Yeah.
Essex, like I said, I'm not from here, so I'm not generally familiar with the counties.
Right.
But if you would look, I don't know if you have the same handout as I have, you would see it has Essex as a continuous county. Would you like to see my what
No,
I
you're
have?
fine.
Okay. All
I
right.
just let you know what I read.
Any other board questions? Does the public have any? Oh, go ahead, Greg.
Arlise, when we spoke, you said that homeowners are also eligible for some loans. Is that a similar process, or do you have anywhere to point for homeowners who might have suffered some damages?
Okay. Now, again, can you kind of educate me on? You said you are in Chittenden County.
Correct.
Okay, and this is Essex Town.
Town of Essex and
Correct.
Chittenden
Okay.
County, despite all those other Essex counties out there.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
Chittenden County is eligible for homeowners, renters, businesses, all of it. So I may not be educated on how this works as far as what county Essex is in. It's a lot of S's, and I'm kind of confused here. So please
Easy to
forgive me.
happen.
Yeah, I should have educated myself a little more on that. But yeah, Chittenden County is eligible for physical and economic injury, and homeowners, renters as well can apply to suffer damages. Now, to go and apply, you can visit disaster loans assistance disasterloanassistance.sba.gov, or you can call the 1-800-659-2955. Now, I bought some flyers that I'm going to leave here, and I do have some flyers for homeowners and renters as well that I will leave here so you can get the information that you would need in case you know of anyone that needs to apply.
Right, great. Thank you. I do want to again ask if there's anybody in the public who has any comments or questions. Anybody in the room? I don't see any hands.
I got one more thing
Don't see
that I
any
need to
hands online, so
tell.
go ahead.
Also, this is the biggest portion of it all.
All right.
The interest that will not occur for 12 months. You do not have to make a payment for 12 months. So after that year, you get approved and you get the money, and you get the money in your account. And the day before your 12 months, you say, hey, I don't want to do this. Just simply give the money back and you will not have incurred no interest. So I think that's a good deal, you know, seeing that you're not out of anything just to apply. And again, if after the day before that 12 months and you see that, hey, I'm going to be okay, then you just give it back. So I think it's a real good win situation. I know no one wants to take out a loan, but we're in these times where disaster happens every day. So it's just better to be safe than to be sorry and wish you had done it. All right. Thank you again. And if you guys have any questions, you have my business card. You can call me at any time. I'll be more than happy to address your concerns.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Arlie.
Thank you.
Yep. Take care. Okay, let's move on to business item C, which is presentation of Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission's annual report. Charlie Baker, come on up.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for making time on your busy agenda. I'm going to try not to take too much time because I'm feeling bad for you all. You got our report in your packet. I'll just do a quick overview of it and then ask if you have any questions or feedback. This is largely a customer service call just to make sure we're providing you the services that you want in the way that you expect. The first page of the report gives you a little bit of background about the RPC and a little bit of how we leverage your local dues to bring in state and federal funds to the county and to the town. Your reps on our boards and committees, thank you very much for all their service. It's quite a bit of time. There's a new little feature on this report, a QR code. So if you look at this online and you want to get to this report directly on our website, you can do that. And I should mention that each community does have a page on our website where you can see the last 3 years of these reports, but also any of the current projects or recent projects that we worked on with you that were significant enough to warrant their own little web page. A lot of things are probably below that threshold. The second page really, and a little bit on the third, goes into all the specific projects we worked with you on. Some zoning stuff, but quite a bit of water quality stuff, energy work, GIS, and then just technical assistance. Any feedback on any of those? Good or bad?
I had a question, like this, the brownfields program, and you checked for this property. Does the town get the report on the property? Whatever you found, if there's something there or not.
We can provide it. It's not a typical thing that we would provide it to the select board.
So you just check it out and then, okay.
Yeah, we do. We got federal dollars where we can do assessments for property owners, which is pretty typical. If they're going to do a transaction, sell the property, they want to, well, the buyer really wants to make sure that there's nothing that they don't know about there. That's typically or before redevelopment.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and we just got new funding, as you can see, just this spring. So if you know of any properties that are looking, might have brownfields and need some investigation, please let us know. Dan Albrecht on our staff manages those projects. So, good
Any other
question.
questions?
I was just gonna ask, it's probably already covered. You do a lot of coordination between other towns, as well as Essex, with some of the major transportation projects that come up. Just
Indeed.
curious.
Yep. A lot. Depends on what it is. I mean, I guess the biggest thing going back in time was the Circ Alternatives, right? Which, was multi-town for a few years to figure out what alternative projects. And you can see in the next section of the report in what our transportation improvement program, which we need to approve as the region, which is really all the towns looking at it together to make sure they're comfortable with how VTrans is proposing to spend federal transportation dollars.
Yeah.
But you can see there's still a couple Circ alternative projects in the capital program for Essex in there. And you see a number of other transportation funded projects, quite a bit. I would say Essex has done pretty well in getting projects into the capital program over the years. Sorry, did you have a follow-up on that? Or
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
okay, sure. We're working with you this year on your official map for the town center mixed use district. And then the last 2 or 3 pages have just a variety of efforts that we're working on regionally. We are in the process of updating the regional plan right now, which we call the ECOS plan. Spending quite a bit of time on equity and public engagement to marginalized communities, folks that haven't really had a chance to participate fully in the processes. Quite a bit of work going on there. Energy planning, a lot of different transportation things, walk bike plan. This year we're going to start a transportation demand management or transportation alternatives, like how to really implement more of that. Quite a bit of clean water stuff, park and ride plan, and also the communications union district, which Essex is a member of. So far so good on that. We'll see what kind of hopefully the providers respond when we put out an RFP, and we can also get access to some more federal or state funding to provide more coverage for broadband. So sorry, that was quite a bit, I hope a short time, but any more questions or feedback for me?
Any other questions? Any questions from the public?
I'll just put in my refrain from last year. Thank you. The RPC does a lot for us, whether it's technical assistance that Charlie mentioned. I know a lot of staff will just call up their counterparts or support at the RPC and just bounce ideas off of them. That's from energy to GIS to planning efforts to stormwater stuff. So great resource for us. And thank you, Charlie, for you and your staff.
Yeah, no, thank you. Pleasure working with your team. So thank you all.
There's one more question.
Sure.
Do you see any increases in the dues coming up that municipalities pay for you folks?
Oh, from our budget. Yeah. So, good question. That is something our board takes up in October. We've been in a period of inflationary period, which I'm sure you've been feeling. So, we've been trying to keep it small. I wouldn't be surprised if it came up. We haven't taken a specific look at it yet. So third Wednesday in October, we'll know for sure what that number is. And we'll get that over certainly to the staff and stuff for budgeting purposes, but we've been trying to keep them small, but.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
For all you do for us.
Well, yeah, no.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie.
All right, have a
And,
good night.
See you on Wednesday.
Thank you very much.
You can make that meeting, right?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
I'm there. I'll let you know if I can. Yeah. Me and the other Andy Watts.
Huh?
The Williston rep for the CCRPC name is also Andy Watts.
Oh,
So
wow.
We're actually going out to dinner next week. We've started
Nice.
it's kind of a funny thing, but
Andy Watts.
there's two of us. Yeah. He's bad, Andy. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, which is discussion and potential action about Essex Rescue billing for non-transport. Feel free to slide another chair. Yeah.
Well, these are way more comfortable. Good evening. I'm Colleen Ballard with Essex Rescue.
Peter Murtolo with Essex Rescue.
So back in July, I sent an email inquiring how the select board would feel if we were to start billing for non-transports. We currently bill for non-transports, just to be clear. The difference is we would be holding patients accountable when their insurances don't cover the non-transport fees. And most of those right now are our governmental insurances. So Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, they don't cover our non-transport fee. And our non-transport fee is $150 or $250, depending on how much treatment is provided. So we've met with some of the other select boards and had the same discussion. Obviously, everybody is aware of the increases over the last couple of years. We're trying to just continue to make ends meet, and we're being used for a lot of non-emergent things right now that are taking us out of service for long periods of time, for calls that are really what we're meant to be here for. We're hoping that this would deter some of those calls from occurring, encourage people to utilize the subscription plan to help us recoup some of the costs that are lost for those times. I will say that even the transports that are billable and should be covered are now getting kicked back from Medicare, and those are transports. So we're up against challenges, and there's been a lot of discussion about recouping funds and holding people accountable for the cost of their transports and requests for care. And this is one of those things that we don't currently go after the patient for $150 or $250. So essentially what this would mean is we're going to hold patients accountable for the cost of the service being provided to them, regardless of the amount, which is a pretty significant change from anything we've ever done before. Last year alone was about $30,000 that we left out there that we did not recover. We're already past $30,000 with our subscription. Only last year was $1,000
dollars that we wrote off that people had subscribed, so they would be covered under a subscription plan. And this year so far, I think was $2,100. So the subscription plan helps with some of that. And there's a lot of people that are not subscribers that maybe would subscribe to help kind of fill that gap. So, you know, it's not a vote or a motion. It's more just trying to, this is a pretty significant change to the residents and the communities that we serve, and we understand that. We have opportunities for people to pay over time. They can submit hardship requests to us that we will consider their financial situations. We have the $50 subscription plan that can help people. The terms of the subscription won't change.
You did consider alerting the public in this new subscription that might change over time. So there's even a better reason to join the subscription program this year. So that would be part of that rollout plan as well.
Right. So we wanted to hear your thoughts, and
if you haven't.
All right, great.
I have
Comments. Go ahead, Don.
questions first, but so non-transport, even if you go and patch somebody up and then they refuse to get into the ambulance, that's a non-transport.
that's correct.
Or if a life alert goes off,
Correct.
and you go, but there's not that's a
Like the kitten pulls it.
yeah
Yeah.
that's a non-transport.
Well, so I will say our protocols change that require any time we have patient contact. So somebody calls us and says, you know, sadly, my toenails need to be clipped. They're snagging my sock. Because, or I need help off the floor.
Just a lift assist.
Yeah.
It's
So
no longer the case.
anytime we are assessing anybody in any manner, we are now required to take a full set of vital signs, do an assessment, and complete a Vermont non-transport form. Before, we could say, this really isn't a medical emergency. It doesn't appear that you need medical assistance. We're going to consider you a no patient, and we leave. We're no longer legally able to do that because they want to ensure that people are properly being exited from the healthcare system. There's lots of people that don't see doctors and things, so we may be the only person they see. Therefore, they want to make sure that we're giving them plenty of time and attention to ensure that there aren't any life threats. So it takes us more time than it used to. Those are also the patients that we may provide life-saving treatment, such as providing Narcan or a diabetic who requires sugar. We provide all of these things, and then they say, I'm better, I don't want to go to the hospital. We have no way to recoup any of the cost of equipment or any of that. So we're left footing the bill for those calls.
Any other comments?
Right.
Oh, Don, you
No, go ahead. That's right. Did you have a question?
Yeah. Curious what a dispatch call would sound like for someone needing assistance clipping their toenails, or I am sorry, I need breakfast.
Yep.
And the reason why I'm asking is, could weeding out those calls happen at dispatch before
We wish they
you
could.
even leave?
Our dispatch system isn't set up, so you're talking more of like a priority dispatch. This is part of that regionalization and dispatch larger discussion that the state's having. The dispatchers on the line don't have medical training to make those types of decisions. So if somebody is requesting an ambulance, the ambulance has to respond. We can't even just send first response. First response and us get dispatched. First response can cancel the ambulance once they get there, and oftentimes they do if we're not needed.
But still, you've used gas, and you've used personnel. So
Exactly. Yeah.
There is a difference if we get canceled before we hit the scene, though, because our
Correct.
time on scene is significantly shorter.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of different variables here, and that's a great question about where do they enter the healthcare system. And as Colleen just mentioned, the emphasis is now on making sure that everyone who enters gets at least a proper assessment and then exit before a doorway assessment of, oh, you look fine, and off we go. So that has changed our dynamic a little bit. and we're working with the first response partners to see how they can participate in this as well. But 2 years ago, we were here asking for more money, and one of the things that we were trying to do was making sure we were asking the people who were requesting the service to be the primary supporters of that service, and then you as the communities being the secondary level. So this is another way that we can extend that directly to the point of care.
And I don't know whether I'm splitting hairs with my follow-up, but does the caller have to specifically request an ambulance? Or if the caller says, I need help clipping my toenails, could fire go out, do the assessment, and call you out if needed? I mean, if it's that cut and dry.
Yeah,
per
it
se.
doesn't work that way currently. If it sounds like it's a medical emergency or anything related to a healthcare situation, there are situations where they'll send law enforcement out before us. If they're like, like a welfare check, for example, we haven't heard from this person, somebody's concerned of their well-being. If it is as simple as what we're discussing and first response is there before us, we often don't make it there.
But I think a 911 response falls into one of those three categories: law enforcement, fire, or EMS, and then possibly a combination of multiple.
So any 911 call, there has to be a response. Right? Somebody has to show up to verify.
And if it's medical, it's EMS.
Yeah.
The fire component becomes first response of that medical side, but it's not as simple as saying this doesn't rise to the level of this
You need an
type of
ambulance,
medical,
right.
it's
I'm just
medical.
trying to think if there was some like triage that could be done.
I hope in the future there will be, because they do that in larger cities, and they would send the most appropriate care, which in Vermont we don't have that. It's the ambulance that comes has everything on it.
Sorry, Ethan.
Yeah, I just have a question, and I'm personally happy to see this, but I'm just having a question on like a situation. This is, I'm gonna call it a personal situation because it's the only thing that I can relate towards. But if I'm allergic to bees, to be upfront. But if I got stung by a bee, right, and I have an EpiPen at home, something like that, and I said, hey, I'm swelling up, I took Benadryl, and I just want to have my vitals checked, whatever, and you guys come and check my vitals and everything's fine, and then you leave. Is there like a guideline on like how long you were there, how much you charge, and like, do you have a?
There's one fee for non-transports. It's
and
that, and
how much is that?
It's $150 for
150.
basic life support, meaning we
Like,
pretty much
just
check your
explain.
vital signs and all of that. If we provide advanced life support care, so we do an EKG, we start an IV, we give you medications.
Give me my EpiPen.
We give you epinephrine.
Then
that would be
transport
$250. But anybody who gets epinephrine would
goes
go to
for
the hospital.
transport. Yeah. Okay, so it's 150 for a non-transport. Okay,
But if you were a subscriber,
it would be.
it's $50 for your entire household for the year.
How many ever times you get stung by a bee?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
And that's the benefit of the subscription. If you use the word insurance, it just covers all of it.
So if you get just perspective, so we cover slightly over 30,000 for a population. This last year, we had 2,100 subscriptions. It's not very much in comparison to the population we serve.
So I have a question about that.
Yes.
Is there a reason you have to do it in December when everybody's broke from Christmas and not at like the 1st of July? Seriously, I've always had that question.
Well, I think it's just when they did that because at the time it was more of a financial support so that people were in the giving mood.
Right.
It doesn't have to be. It's just the way it's always been.
We
do get them throughout the year, though.
And I get that, but I would think that you might get a bigger response when people aren't all tied up in the holiday or.
I'll take that into consideration, especially when you get 40 envelopes in the mail.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's true. Yeah.
40 requests for donations at Christmas time, whereas they kind of taper off a little bit, between July and August. Not always. I got quite a few, but my other comment is that if I ask somebody to provide a service to myself, I expect to be charged for it. So I don't have any problem saying that I think you should charge these people that are calling you, especially for toenails or useless stuff like that. I don't have a problem with that, and I would encourage you to do it. So
Even for somebody that's, any sort of minor medical event, or bump their head and
You
wants
need
their
a Band-Aid.
the vitals taken. I mean, how many people have a blood pressure machine at home, or we have the little pulse thing for the finger, but it's just sometimes.
Well, we've also found that people are using, because our providers are they're so versed in different medical things, that people do call the ambulance rather than having to go to the doctor and pay a doctor's bill. They call the ambulance and say, it's not life threatening, or you can wait, or, and that's what they needed. That's what they wanted. So.
So, you just reminded me of something that I was thinking about bringing up. Is my mom lives over at Mansfield Place, which is probably a place you go to frequently.
Yep.
And there's been times where the advice of the medical staff there was she needs to go to the hospital, and I was there and I said, well, I'm available, I can take her, and they say, we recommend that we call 911 and send her in an ambulance. She'll get seen sooner.
It's not true, but
and so
it does happen a lot.
Are those kind of things problematic for you?
Yes.
Or is it
100%.
so is there is there any way to change that perception? Is there any effort you're
Well, you could always, if you are a guardian for the individual, you can question, can you give me a reason why you feel they need to go by ambulance? Because that right there is the perfect example where bills get kicked back from Medicare because they feel that there were alternative transport opportunities.
I was there in the room and I couldn't.
We have that.
Right
We have that in people's homes as well. It just happens that there's a population of people that live outside of their home with their other family members, and so that happens a lot there.
So that it's only a perception that, like a Mansfield Place, an example, they believe that if if somebody goes by ambulance, they'll be seen sooner than if I were to drive them there.
So they often say that, and we repeat the same thing. There are times that we bring somebody in, we go straight to triage, and they sit and wait. It's all done by the acuity of the individual.
That's what I kind of
Might get into a room faster. But
there may be things that are variables, such as self-harm, can't sit by themselves, somebody who's a flight risk because of dementia or Alzheimer's disease. Those things get a little more complicated because you can't leave them in a waiting room by themselves.
But that would be the same whether you brought them in or the ambulance. And the common misconception is if you show up in an ambulance, you're going to get seen sooner, and it's just not true.
Not true. Okay.
Maybe years ago,
especially now since COVID, it doesn't.
I mean, if your bone's sticking out, they'll bring you in the room. But
seen whether you walk
maybe
in that way or in an ambulance.
So is there anything you could do to try to dissuade that view?
We work with the local.
We work with them in talking ultimately if the patient has the capacity to have that conversation. We've run into situations where the patient doesn't want to go by ambulance, but the staff are very pushy. But they also have care plans that I'm sure you put together for your family member when they got there about whether you want to be consulted before they go to the hospital, whether you just want them to go every time, those types of things.
Yep, right.
It gets into hard whether or not the patient is their own guardian. We will have those conversations, but ultimately if the patient wants to go, or the family member who's the guardian wants them to go, or the staff there say, we can't handle this, they need to go, the patient doesn't suffer. We will take them to that.
It's also part of covering their.
Yes.
Covering their own liability. Yeah.
And this, as much as this is about recognizing where the point of care takes place, we're not trying to discourage point of care.
Yeah.
So this is really about leveling who's receiving the care and who's then supporting the services through payment.
Okay. Any other board member questions?
Well, I answered her specific questions was yes, you should bill for non-transport services. Should Essex Rescue send all patients to collections? Yes, you should. I did have a question about 3. Just wasn't quite sure what that meant, and I think we should give full support to you billing the people that use your service, and I might suggest that you do a presentation at the annual town meeting. It's not town meeting anymore, but our meeting, to get more people to sign up for the subscription.
That's a great idea.
Oh, yeah, right. We have a little. All of our departments are there to talk with you. Yeah.
That would be a great idea.
Yeah.
What was the third?
Oh,
point
I
you
see.
wanted clarification on?
Should the patient be responsible for the bill, regardless of if their insurance carrier's coverage is for the service? So in other words, you want the patient to be billed direct and then let them deal with their insurance?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works.
I don't know about that one.
Well, what we would do is we would send the bill, and if their insurance doesn't cover it, the bill would then be sent to the patient.
We always try the insurance first.
Yeah.
If insurance covers it, then there's balance billing potential with the patient.
And are you looking for the balance from the patient of what the insurance doesn't cover, or do you just take?
Yeah, so we have flat rates for certain levels of service. So if it qualifies as a basic life support, it's $150 to anyone regardless. If it's a advanced life support, meaning just more advanced care treatment, it would be $250. And again, I would go, that's the max that can be charged regardless. So that doesn't vary.
Okay, and what happens if you submit that and the insurance says they're only going to pay $70?
They usually, so far, they either cover it or they don't.
Oh.
We only run into the other issue when it's a transport. That's when we bicker about what's allowed and what's covered, and it gets way more complicated.
That's my question, is that would you
Yeah.
want to bill for the balance that's not covered?
So certain ones, Medicare, Medicaid, we cannot balance bill. So what they cover is what they cover. Other insurances are different. We have some commercial insurances that will cover the entire bill. Then we have other insurances that will only follow Medicare and Medicaid. We are fortunate that the state agreed to increase the Medicaid reimbursement to match Medicare. So last year I figured it out. That would be like $25,000 more in reimbursement. So that's a positive. So yeah, that's a whole other discussion of cost build, what's allowed, and what you actually are reimbursed.
Anybody
you.
else? Ethan, go ahead.
I just had one comment that I wanted to save till I heard everybody talk. But for number 4, for how would your municipality support Essex Rescue if we begin pushback from the community? I thought of it, and Kendall really kind of hits the nail on the head when the way he was just talking about it. But if you go to the doctors and you have insurance, there's a balance. You still have to pay the balance.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and they'll send you to collections. They'll make you set up a payment plan. So why should EMS be any different? We pay a contribution out of our taxes to support having the agency. But that doesn't mean that it's,
Readiness.
The readiness. It doesn't mean that it's a
It doesn't cover the
full
service. Yeah, right. Yep.
So that personally, that I just wanted to say that to me, that's how I view the situation, and I fully support Essex Rescue. So.
Agreed. Any comments from the public or questions? Anybody in the room have a question or comment? Charlie, it's Betsy. I'm sorry, Betsy. I'm sorry. I saw Charlie's hand first. I saw Charlie's hands first. I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Sorry, I just wanted to support Essex Rescue's coming here tonight for the same reason. Operating cost, like that, even cost for service, and not making money off of it. It's a volunteer organization and have costs to just keep the trucks tapped ready with the volunteers. Your point, Tracy, the dispatching services, a whole new process of run cards, and that dispatcher has to be on that phone with that person out. They can't take other calls, so that's going to add to staff and make the dispatch centers larger. We're not equipped with that in the area. So whenever anybody calls, you even said it yourself, if there isn't a specific request, send the fire department. Elevator alarm goes off, there's nobody on the phone, send the fire department. Got a line down in the road, send the fire department. Again, we're seeing the same thing. We are going to calls that we shouldn't be getting sent to. It's the same thing with rescue. There's a lot of calls that the system is broken. It hasn't kept up with the times. A lot that can be done has to be done at not something.
I wish we could.
Wish we could. We have the ideas.
All right, thanks, Charlie. Betsy, could you come closer so the microphone can hear you, please?
Yeah, Betsy Dunn. So I have the question I'm asking is, you've got people who are calling for help, and patients fallen or whatever, clients fallen, but they're at a facility that takes care of people who are in a position for assisted care, correct?
Yes.
And so should you actually sit and talk to them about how to use the equipment they have to help get that outcome?
So that's a really great thought. However, the facility doesn't, their nursing staff, their nursing staff does not have the training to do a complete assessment for the types of reason we're being called.
Right.
So, they're not really equipped to handle that. They don't have doctors on staff. They don't have protocols that their nursing staff work under. So it's really outside of their scope as an assisted facility or even a nursing home. So that's how we get involved. But we do have conversations when things come up about, whether or not that was an appropriate use or, other little things that happen. We do meet with them.
We've also been told that some of the staff that are caring for your loved one. That's your job.
Oh,
So one of the facilities that we have, and we went 8 times.
Same person?
Not the same person.
Same call, same place.
Only 2 of them were person.
As a nurse myself.
Right.
So they have the equipment. My sister was over at night, and they have the equipment, but they don't utilize it. And it seems to me that's a bigger problem. And maybe bills should go to the facility that you have to live with this patient when their people should have been in. So maybe then you'll get action on their part to get their people to be trained if they find.
Also not legally able to do that. It sounds like a great idea. I think that, talking more with the facilities and what their responsibilities is sounds like a great idea. It's not within our purview or ability to affect.
Now, we could enter a contract technically with Medicare for that. However, that's going to lead to more non-emergent calls.
It's a different level
That's
of
a
staffing.
whole
Right now, we're
different,
911 response only. And there might come a time where we do talk about different levels of staffing, but currently we are 911.
It's okay.
It's not an apology thing, but thank you.
But I do think you should be paying for sure.
Hey, Ken, did you have a comment or question?
Could I get some clarification on something he said, that it's rescue is a volunteer organization for all of the people?
We're mixed. We're a combination department. So we have.
I'm a volunteer.
How about the general people who actually drive the ambulance?
They're both.
Not 100%.
No.
Okay, any comments or questions from folks online? Not seeing any hands. So the agenda item says possible action, potential action. What is there a potential action that we need?
Not right, put that on just in case if you wanted to make a motion of formal support, you have the option to do that. I hear the sense that you're saying. I'll turn it to Colleen and Peter if they're looking for something more formal.
More the dialogue we wanted is just to get, we've gotten a lot of great information back, such as the town meeting and having, that opportunity. Like those are the types of things that the outlets we need to continue to get that information out. And also when the public comes back and says, did you know?
I need you to have some general information, put it on the record, let you guys ask questions.
Right, great.
Appreciate it.
Great. Yeah. I fully support. I haven't yet said, but yeah, I fully support that you should bill on.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work.
Yes.
And I'm sorry you get so many
No,
unpaid calls.
that's okay. Thank you for your support.
Thanks for taking the time to ask for the input.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you guys deal with cows and all?
Different department.
Not yet.
And no barbed wire.
That's Charlie's department. He said call the fire department. You heard him.
I'll just go knock on the door.
All right, let's move on to the next business item. Consider approval of fire department car 12 replacement purchase and amended fire department vehicle replacement schedule. Chief Cole.
Hello again.
Welcome.
What did you do?
I know, right? So you have two memorandums, one that was in the packet and one that was given to you late today after discussion with the manager and the director of finance. As you know, back last year in October, we talked about the replacement for car 12 when we entered into a contract in November. That vehicle is still not here. We keep getting pushed off and pushed off and pushed off. The latest admission or whatever assertion from them is we'll get it September 27th. Well, I've been there too many times and we need a vehicle that we can rely on. So I have located another one. It is a larger chassis truck, but it is sitting on the lot and we can possess it immediately. It's a 4500 series chassis. The benefit to that is it's a larger chassis, more of a commercial vehicle than a 1-ton pickup. Our opinion is that the way that we would use it, we would be able to extend the replacement schedule for that out twice of what we would with a pickup truck, just because of the lighter duty frame. It doesn't hold up as well as a truck will. So the added cost between the one that we had on order and the one that we would like to get, in my opinion, is more than offset by the fact that its life will be a lot longer.
All right. Any Greg, go
Yeah, it's to speak to the price a little bit. When Chief Cole approached me with this, that was one of my first questions of, do we wait 2 more weeks and see what happens versus, spending an extra $30,000, as the chief pointed out, it's really about I think a $10,000 or $12,000 increase in the cost of the vehicle. The additional money was going to be towards interest. And then as Andy was asking questions about that today, that's what the memo from Dan is about. Andy basically asked, why are we paying 7% interest on a vehicle if we have money on hand? Dan and Charlie and I spoke about that. Dan's confident we have the money available now. In the past, we've gone to leases for any number of reasons. Sometimes they come with a maintenance agreement. That's not the case here. Sometimes we don't have the money available. Sometimes we're trying to avoid a bond vote. Former finance director has said that that's a better way to avoid liability on the books. So we took a look at it a few different ways today. We think the recommendation in the memo before you now is that we pay for the vehicle outright. We avoid the interest costs that way, as Chief Cole said, extends the life of the vehicle. We think we have a 20-year replacement on this one, as opposed to, I think it was 10 years on the previous truck you were going to look at. So we really think that big picture, all told, the finances work out. It's a good purchase financially as well. And we can have it really soon.
Yes.
Any comments or questions? Kendall, I saw your hand go first.
First of all, on the $80,000 truck, is there any penalty for reneging on the deal, basically?
No, and our opinion would be is they've reneged many times before. We have not expended any funds to secure that vehicle yet at all.
There's no source of obligation or anything where they would feel inclined to pursue?
None that we know of.
I would like that answered 100%.
Yep.
And secondly, I was going to mention the same thing with why finance it when you could fund it out of the capital. But I would point out that the memo from Dan spells out very clearly what I brought up a couple times about there should be the costs that you folks need in your capital budget, and those should be funded versus just giving you a number that we feel as a board might be enough. So that then you could look at this and say that you have an exact amount that you've already funded with your capital budget to replace these vehicles going forward. Wanted to make sure that I mentioned that again.
You'll be seeing that again when we get into the budget presentations. We have that document updated, and Dan has the formulas laid out as to what that fee would be for your consideration.
Tracy?
Yeah, so in the listing of assets that you currently have, I see 15 car 12, 2010 Ford 350 pickup. Is that the one you're replacing?
Correct.
So
Car 12 we're replacing.
Or 12.
Yes.
Yes, 15 car 12.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
so it indicates that lifespan is 20 years. Was that one currently 20 years, or did that column just get updated before?
That column, that's not correct. That's a 10-year truck.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say if it was a 20-year lifespan, there's still a good
The new
6
one,
years
the
left
new
on it,
one we
so-
will have at 20 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Tracy. Kendall again.
Yeah, is there any trade-in or selling the one that you have outright
The-
to reduce the cost?
The one that we have, we will be selling it outright because we still have to put emergency equipment on it. So the lighting package has gone through the roof as well, like everything else. So the price of that. So we have not yet. We've tried to sell that truck locally on the fire truck website, and it had a couple of interests, and then both of them backed out because of its condition. So we'll be looking at that again of how best to dispose of that in the way that's most advantageous for us.
Okay.
Trade in, they're not interested in it. They'll wholesale it. It's got a lot of rust on it and things. Like running boards are broken. It'll need some updating before it's suitable to sit on a lot somewhere.
I might just mention, you mentioned the fire selling site locally. Do you put it out nationwide?
It does on the fire site. The company that we used is out of Randolph, the fire truck ladies, and then it goes literally globally. Everybody can jump on it and look for it.
I know some places have got quite a bit more money than they expected.
Ethan.
I just want to throw out there that vehicles, especially trucks, in the past, well, the original order was November of 2022. I'd say that vehicle that was originally quoted was probably closer to 85, maybe even a little bit more now. So the new price of 94 for a much larger vehicle is very adequate in the pricing there. So I'm glad you're not buying from Capital City.
What kind of warranty comes with a vehicle like this?
So it's a 3-year, 36,000 mile warranty for us. That'll be 3 years.
For everything?
And then outer body rust through is 6 years or 100,000.
Okay.
The
Other board member comments or questions? Any comments or questions from the public? Any hands in the room? Don't see any hands online.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make the motion that we purchase the new pickup truck for the fire department outright using the balance currently available within the capital fund.
Thank you, Don. And Tracy, we got the second on that one.
It was a tie.
Any further discussion? So, do we also need to mention the change to the replacement time? Is that you need that to be included in the motion?
Yeah, if you could update the vehicle replacement schedule as part of that would be great. Thank you.
So
Say that once more. I can't hear you.
If you could also update the vehicle replacement schedule.
So
To
moved.
reflect.
Then you have the schedule. I'll just add that. So moved.
You okay with that change, Tracy?
Yeah, I am.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Go get
Thank
the
you.
truck.
Thank-
Yeah.
Thank you for your service,
Thank
guys.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for all you do. Okay, now we're moving on to consider approval of contract for wastewater pump station contract operations. Do we have a public discussion about that here? Isn't that-
We do. So the possibility of going into executive session, that's just to discuss the contract. If there's any specifics about contract, I'd recommend executive session for that piece of it. But otherwise, Aaron and Annie can speak to what's before you, and I think we can do most of the conversation in public, if not all of it.
All right, great.
Yeah, definitely. Issue before you tonight is whether the select board will approve the pump station supervision and operations contract, waive the town purchasing policy to sole source this work to Champlin Associates, and to direct the town manager to execute this contract. Town Center owns, operates, and maintains 17 sanitary sewer pump stations throughout the community. I attached a map in your memo, kind of depicting where they are and where they're located throughout Essex. Each of the town's pump stations each of them have their own individual maintenance needs. Some get more alarms than others. Quite frankly, I think they have their own personality, each one. At times, these maintenance needs can take up a substantial amount of our operators' time, both during work hours and off the clock during overtime hours. In the future, the number of stations is only going to increase. We have another one that will be under construction over the winter into the spring and likely coming online fall of 2024. And as we see the town center build out over the next 3 or 4 years, you'll likely see an additional 2 more, which puts us at about 20 stations within 3 to 4 years. Over the past couple years, the department has had some trouble finding qualified water and sewer operators. It's kind of industry-wide. This is taking place. There's just nobody coming up, taking the place of a lot of the retirements that we're seeing from some of our older operators. We're currently down to 2 full-time operators. We have a level 3 wastewater operator and water operator, and we have a foreman who will be retiring in about 3 months, January 1st, which leaves us 1 employee. We normally, historically, have averaged about 3.5 operators, with that half operator kind of as a floater between highway in the winter months and then back to water and sewer in the summer to help backfill the guys and help them basically so we could run 2 crews to both do the water and the sewer maintenance. Annie has been stepped up and has been doing a lot of the interviewing as of late. We've had a advertisement up for almost a year.
Yep.
Close to a year. We've had 6, 7 interviews, and quite honestly, from what we gathered, they're really not qualified for the most part. Or
some of them aren't qualified. Some of them are, and we've offered positions to them. And right now, it's kind of a market where you can kind of pick where you want to work in your job, because a lot of people are struggling. So most of them, even though we've offered them a position, have taken a job with somebody else doing similar work. So we've been unsuccessful with finding anybody.
Yeah, and additionally, we've worked with management to at least try to acknowledge what our 2 current employees are doing over there. Quite honestly, they alternate carrying the emergency on-call pager, and they usually get maybe 5 to 6 hours overtime on average per week with that pager for call-outs on mostly generally the pump stations. So if you're alternated between 2 operators, the person who's carrying the pager gets interrupted at home at 2 a.m. But who do they call to help them and assist them? The other person that is not carrying the pager. So it's kind of like this vicious cycle, and these guys have been at this for almost a year now. I mean, it's a lot of undue stress on them. The physical demands, little free time after hours, and quite honestly, the stipend that we are offering them in addition to their pay is not the solution. The solution is to have qualified personnel to either hire them or have an alternative out there. And tonight we're going to be discussing an alternative to helping and aiding us in operating our system. The Water and Sewer Department currently is in a services agreement with Champlin Associates. We've been working with Champlin, since I've been here. They've supplied a lot of wastewater monitoring equipment, pieces, parts. They've definitely, over the past 4 or 5 years, have been a resource to the town many times, providing technical backing to us. We're currently under a contract with them to monitor all of our SCADA for all of our 17 stations. This is budgeted for in the 24 budget. We did have in that budget description it also included the 24/7 call out service, which we have decided to postpone until we can see whether or not expanding our maintenance agreement as well would be the town's preferred solution to what we're trying to achieve here. Again, due to the lack of the staffing, increase in the number of stations over time, and, the labor-intensive work that we do maintaining these stations, the department would like to enter into a 24-month supervision and operations contract for our 17 stations with Champlin Associates. If you go to page 2 of your memo, there's a brief scope of what we would be having or getting under contract with Champlin with. We have the proactive monitoring of all the stations, which is monitoring the SCADA for each of the 17 stations, which we're already budgeted for under our budget. The retainer for the 24/7 emergency response and technical response, that's also budgeted. The third item would be the preventative maintenance side, which would entail daily checks of all of our vital pump stations, weekly checks of some of our small satellite residential pump stations, quarterly station maintenance on all 17 stations, and some of the yearly items that we need to take care of annually, some of our stream crossing inspections, gravity sewer inspections. We would probably enlist the services of them to help us kind of honcho and monitor some of the sewer televising. So with that said, just due to the amount of time, the history that we have with Champlin and Associates, quite honestly, the knowledge of our collection system and all of our pump stations, the select board, it's recommendation of staff that the select board waive the bid process and sole source to Champlin Associates. I put the actual verbiage from the purchasing policy in the memo. Anything over 40,000 requires board approval. That's why we're here tonight to request that of you. I know Annie has done quite a bit of work on looking for alternatives. You can speak to, what was it, SOS?
Yeah, SOS out of Waterbury. I never heard back about a quote, but I had a conversation with one of the managers over there, just trying to get a gauge on, what's going on with other communities and whether they could provide these services. And they said that they're seeing the same thing across the board. It's been a really hard hit to the industry trying to find qualified operators, and they don't have the staffing available to take on a system like ours. So they deal with kind of like smaller systems. And so I had asked for a quote, but I didn't hear back.
Yeah.
But another positive about Champlin and Associates is that they're local. So they're located right off of Pinecrest Drive, and their operators are also local. So if there is an emergency response, they can be here within, 10 to 15 minutes to one of our pump stations. So that's important, thinking about if we're going with, if we decide, to check out other companies, they may not be located or have an operator that's located within, our close proximity to our community in order to get here to deal with an emergency.
And I believe the quickest response time needed for one of our stations during an emergency event, no power, is 50 minutes, which doesn't give someone a lot of time traveling from other counties around us, either Lamoille, Franklin. So moving on, discussion of costs. As previously stated, the addition of the preventative maintenance contract for the 17 stations within our collection system is going to have a significant impact to some of the line items on our current budget. Although individual line items will overrun significantly, the current labor and benefits will likely underrun due to the current staffing and the retirement of a long-term employee. Staff has reviewed these costs and savings and determined that these additional costs can be offset with some of the savings that we're going to realize on the labor and benefits side. Top of page 3 here, there's a breakdown of the actual monthly costs for these services. As I stated, the item 1 and 2, the proactive monitoring and the emergency call out, are currently budgeted for. The third, the preventative maintenance contract, we're looking at an increase of $17,000 per month. This contract would start October 1st. We would like it to. That gives us 9 months remaining in fiscal year 24. Doing the math, that gives us an increase of $153,000 for the remainder of fiscal year 24.
And this doesn't mean that we wouldn't continue to explore hiring people. That's still a priority. And Travis and I have been talking and brainstorming different ways to reach out to, other locations, thinking of different ways to advertise, going to career fairs, like trying to figure out how we can get the word out about what our department does and try to get qualified people, or even just, maybe college students right out of school who are looking for a job, and we can train them pretty easily. So we are exploring those options as well, still.
Yep. And quite honestly, I can't stress enough that I just with the past couple interviews we've had, and either a decline or just no qualifications there. 3 months is gonna come real fast, which leaves us 1 employee in water and sewer, which that's not sustainable. We do have some depth on the highway side. We have 2 former employees that started out their careers in water and sewer, then moved to highway. But then we're taking employees out of rotation for plowing and doing winter maintenance. It's just a bad time of year. I can't stress enough. I do not want to do that. Trying to find other sources for either mentoring school children or school age workers, or continuously trying to find or any applicants that do come in. We're not going to cease doing that. We have to find somebody to fill the position. This contract would kind of give us some buffer and allow us to do our job in water and sewer and maintain our pump stations the way they should be. I do not want to get into any type of reactionary maintenance of our collection system or pump stations. That said, as I discussed above here, we have looked at and did some math regarding what we have budgeted for fiscal year 24. and some of the savings in those labor and benefits costs with the retirements. And we're looking at roughly $204,441 that would be available potentially, which is enough to offset these additional costs of $153,000 for the contract for this year. And it's something that we would budget for in the coming fiscal year 25 water and sewer budget to continue these services on. I'd like to entertain any questions that you may have. I'd like to at least just bring your attention to the fact that the contracts are a protected discussion, so we would, any specific questions to the contract itself, we would recommend going into executive session to discuss any changes or any comments that you may have.
All right, done.
So basically, it's not contract. Basically, you're going to turn the whole operation over to this company due to lack of help. Basically, is that what you're?
They're going to work with.
Help me understand all that. Okay.
They're going to work with us and our team to help us operate our pump station.
All right. So that was my next question. So the person that you're going to have left after the retirement, you're going to keep that person and not move them anywhere. You're going to keep them with the pump stations and water and sewer, or?
We're going to keep them within sewer.
Okay.
There will be times when he will be carrying the on-call pager when rotating with either a new hire and or the contractor.
That's what I was going to say. Will the contractor carry the pager? I mean, to
Yes.
offset the balance of that one person having. Because somebody had to carry, I had to carry a pager for almost 2 years, and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I just want, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, they will be in the rotation schedule.
Okay, no problem.
Tracy?
I have a question. I think I can make it non-contract specific. You mentioned, and I see that the cost is for 17 pump stations. Contract is for 24 months. But you also mentioned that there will be a new pump station coming on at the end of 2024. Will that impact the cost of the contract, or would that contract need to be amended when additional pump stations are brought online?
It would likely be amended as it's pretty fluid. So it specifically says 17 stations, and that monthly maintenance fee and the monitoring fee, all those fees are based off of a number of stations, obviously. So the addition of one station, we would probably have to sign some sort of addendum to that contract to recognize that additional station.
Ethan?
I'm just curious how long we've been operating with just two.
Quite a while.
Quite a while.
We had somebody here who did not stay long. That was probably about 3 months ago that we've had two.
Yeah, we had one hire that stayed like 2 months.
Yep.
And then we had another hire that only stayed 2 months.
Yeah.
So the employee that's gonna be left is the one that's been there for a long time.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I was just curious if we had lost additional people. I knew about the retirement, but I just want to make sure we're retained.
No.
I like your idea about the tech center.
You know, we've had very good luck, Ethan, working with the tech center. A couple of our employees, both current and past, have gone through that whole program, and we like taking them in and mentoring any of them that do come in. And so it's an option, and it's something that I know Annie has reached out, and we're going to entertain.
That's for your employee that you have, right?
Yep. Exactly.
But there's not a lot of people that want to. Okay, good.
Kendall?
Thank you.
So I'm going to choose my words very carefully because I'm well aware of the rules that boards operate under, but I will say that I am disappointed to hear this essentially in the last minute. This is not something that should have showed up 3 months before our senior employee is going to be retiring from the department. And it has been an ongoing thing. And we have talked about wages, and Annie was very specific in what she said is that the reason you have not got personnel, qualified personnel, is that you're not offering a competitive wage so that they would choose to come to Essex versus going to other communities. Tell me I'm wrong. So my position is that when you look at what you're going to be spending for contract off, you could substantially increase the wage that you're offering for your water and sewer employees and still save a lot of money over what you're going to pay for the contract. So, and just, you shouldn't wait till you get down to this point. I mean, Public Works is going to be the same way. If you've got truck drivers that are older in their 60s and stuff, you got to start finding these people now. You got to start doing the things that other towns are doing in the communities to be competitive, to get the people into these positions. You can make $25 at the bagel place down in Burlington. You got to pay these guys and gals and folks the money to get them to come to your community, because you're right. We don't have a choice now. We've got to get this contract. But this company is going to be paying qualified people comparatively with what Essex could pay, and they're going to be making a profit on top of that. And I don't have a problem with that, other than that we should start looking at the way that we're staffing our departments, so we're not put in a position of having to always contract out at the top dollar for these essential services that are not going away. Right? Your water and sewer department's not going away. Your highway department's not going away. You got to staff them. So,
Sorry.
Yeah, please. And I hear you. This is not an ideal situation. I give a lot of credit to Aaron and Annie for doing this, for taking this step. It's delayed largely because of me. I wanted them to make their argument, to put it together, to have the discussions. We've been talking with Champlin. I've been talking with Champlin for a couple of months now. Aaron and Annie for longer than that. We've seen this coming. I credit them a lot for having the foresight to look at options, to look ahead. Like I said, 3 months ago, we had a third longtime qualified operator in there. It didn't work out. Aaron's been thinking about this, and Annie, it's been on their mind for a while of these possibilities might come up, but it really didn't hit until 3 months ago. And since then, like Annie said, we've had 2 job offers, I think, in the past 3 or 4 months where people took other jobs before they came here. We don't know what the wages were. In some cases, from what I heard, they've been interviewing, and we interviewed with one who made a job offer within a day or two, and they'd already taken another job. I don't know that was a dollar amount or that they took the first job they got. We don't know. We do have a compensation study coming up. We're working on that with Hickok and Boardman. That'll really give us a clear picture, and we will adjust if we need to adjust. As I've said before, I want us to be competitive. I want us to see what the market is, and if we're way behind the market and that is the issue, we will do what we can to adjust it. Part of the reason we about the timing of this and the length of the contract, and we went back and forth internally with Champlin about what the length of the contract should be. We landed on 2 years because we thought that was a good amount to test this out, see if it works. Also give us an opportunity to try to adjust our wages if need be, do what we need to adjust staffing wise if need be, try to get people here and make that adjustment. If the 2 years is up, and we're, like Aaron and Andy said, we're going to still be advertising. We're still going to be trying to find that person, maybe 2 people, to staff the water and sewer department. Throughout that, we'll be studying. We'll be looking at the contract over the 2 years and seeing how it's working, how our staffing is shaking out, how our wages are shaking out, how the whole public works department is shaking out. It's going to be an evolving scenario, and like I said, I hear you. I'd rather not be in this situation, but we are, and I think that this is the best step that we can take at this point.
Go ahead.
So, and I don't know who's going to answer. So, what happens in the event a miracle occurs and 2 very qualified people come through the door? Okay, and they agree that they want the job, and you offer to. What happens to the contract that you've signed with this company?
There's provisions in the contract that would address that.
Okay.
I can honestly say I don't foresee that happening.
No, I don't either. But I'm just saying, by some
Yeah.
year, if they, I just wondered what would happen with in terms of this contract if
I mean, like all contracts, there's a mode within that to back out, and it would be compensated in such a way within the confines of the contract.
That's what. Okay, thank you.
So, just to clarify, and maybe to address one of the things that Kendall mentioned, doesn't this say that we're actually going to be spending less than we would had we hired, that we were at full staffing? Yeah.
Yes.
So this is it's 153,000 less approximately than
it's
full staffing would have cost.
It's 50,000 and change, maybe 50 less than if we had the full staff.
Okay, right. It's the difference between
The 204 and the 153.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. I knew the math was there, and it seemed to be a savings, but it's a fairly small savings.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to make clear to say this is all paid for by water sewer fees, ratepayers. So if you're not on either town water or sewer, you're not contributing. This is not tax dollars. This is rate. It comes out of the
Correct.
The rate
Comes out of the enterprise.
Any other comments or questions? Anything from the public? Comments or questions? See any hands in the room? Don't see any hands online.
Given that I see no need to go into executive session, I would recommend that the select board waive the contract bid process and sole source the sanitary sewer pump station supervision and operations contract to Champlin and Associates, and approve the contract and direct the town manager, to execute the contract.
Thank you, Don. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Any further discussion?
There are provisions in the contract that the select board should discuss before it's approved, don't you feel? That would be...
If you'd like to discuss them, do other select board members want to go into executive session and have a discussion about contract?
I think if at least one of us feels that there's something we should discuss, I would like to hear what that is.
Well, I mean, I can, not reviewing anything, but to assume that the contract would cost only what is the proposal is probably not accurate. There's probably a good chance that the contract would overrun what the cost is approved for based on the experience that you're having in your system. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's probably a good chance you're going to have some repairs that would be needed and additional labor beyond what is covered with the per month maintenance contract.
If we had repairs, Kendall, they would be under the R&M line within either the sewer or the water, but we're specifically talking about sewer here, so they'd be under the R&M for sewer. There's R&M pump stations and R&M for...
So any additional costs that they have through this contract will be covered through your R&M?
If it were a maintenance or a repair, yeah, similarly to as we do with our cleaning or maintaining of those pump stations.
The risk of overrun and repairs is there regardless of whether there's a contract.
Yeah, I can't promise you that I'm not going to overrun on repairs and maintenance.
Right.
That's something I will not do.
That was my only quick question.
Okay. Any other discussion about? Okay. We have a motion, and just to be clear, Don, you said recommend. I think you meant motion.
I make the motion to, yes.
Yeah. So, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you so much. And,
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your hard work.
Go forward. Yeah. Okay. Now, next, we are going to get back into charter updates. chapters 6, 7, and 8. They're fairly short chapters. See where this goes. There is a, Greg did provide a sheet that provides a side-by-side requested before. I also have my other ugly one that nobody likes.
The only
refer to.
the only problem is, and I know we're running late as it is anyway, but the request was to be able to review this on paper side by side before we. I can look at it on the computer the same way I was looking at it before, but
You wanted time to look.
I wanted time to have this. That's why I thought we were going to print these out and then discuss them at the next meeting.
I misunderstood.
But no, we came up with that at the last meeting, so that it wasn't something that, I mean, unless these were printed before.
No,
but,
that's on me. Then I misunderstood, and I thought
but I mean, I'm
content to see the different track changes version, and then have the side.
I looked on the computer, and really 8 was the only one that was anything that was totally new, and it doesn't look like it's anything that's being changed from the charter change original.
So a number of things in these chapters have already been voted on,
Right.
and are already before the legislature for review. So right, so there's not a lot to look at here, but if you want to have a review of this, we can defer it if you'd like.
Well, I'm okay as long as you help me like you have before.
Well, Ethan, I can explain 8 to you. It's just.
What
put
we
in-
vote.
So let's run through these in order.
I'm the first.
Instead of jumping
Okay.
around. If we're okay, are we okay with going forward with this, or do we want to defer it?
Ethan's
I mean,
one-
we only have 11, right, total.
Yeah.
So I'll be here tomorrow. Maybe Greg could print it just for me tomorrow for the.
Well, I
for the
don't
next
know if-
meeting.
This is all I have right now.
No, I'm just saying
A version like
Yeah,
this for 9,
takes
10,
time to
11
work.
doesn't yet exist. So this is it's work to put these things together, and it doesn't exist yet, so you can't have it tomorrow.
Yeah. So yeah, just
Okay, so I guess we can make an attempt at it. If we start failing, then maybe we defer and allow for additional review. And so
The proposed changes are on the right of this
Yeah.
side by.
yeah, I'm a little flabbergasted though, because there was a change in 601 that was already in the other change that's been approved. So I guess we don't need to.
And that's
There was a sentence that said in the event that the consolidation between the Essex school district, we already voted to move that one.
Correct.
That's in the other change, so we don't need
Correct.
right. We skip. Okay, so then 603. Wording's been changed to say from the proposed budget to an annual budget. Yeah, this changes the language to say that an annual budget shall be presented at the annual meeting. The annual meeting shall be adjourned until the following day when voting by Australia and the ballot should take place. So some of that it's just so hard.
All it was is allowing you to have a budget hearing before town meeting. That was the whole purpose of that. Because there is no more town meeting the night before the vote. So instead of calling it a town meeting, you'd have to call it a budget.
It's an informational meeting, but
Right.
But yeah, the question is right.
And I think that's what my understanding.
So the my concerns with this is we've removed the warning language, talking about putting in the warning. But I guess that's covered by statute, so it doesn't need to be in our.
Right.
And the other thing is that this section, former 603, talks about distribution of the budget. Not this in the new version of it only talks about presentation of it at the meeting. So the the distribution to voters is removed, or is it moved somewhere else?
It might have been.
It's up above it, isn't it? The budget should be published no later than 2 weeks after its preliminary adoption by the select board. Or to fix the time and place for holding a public hearing on the budget.
I'll give public notice of such hearing.
I'm not sure.
So that removes the we had a requirement that it be distributed.
Just a minute.
In the next section. We can publish it by putting it
It'll be
out. in advance.
distributed to, so 117,603, and they took out, okay. That's not good. That shouldn't have come out.
So that section used to talk about the distribution of the proposed budget and the warning.
Yep.
It's now changed to just the fact that the budget needs to be presented at the meeting. It's taken out the
I thought though somewhere earlier, Andy, they had put in the
Didn't we,
the distribution of the town report was in an earlier section.
yeah, didn't we already have that argument about the mail?
Yeah, because mail versus being online versus, yeah, we
yeah,
did
that's
that.
another section.
It's in an earlier
You're right.
section.
You're right.
Chapter 5.
But can the
I don't remember, but I just remember it was quick to discuss, yeah.
Yeah.
Can the town report not include the budget? I don't think it has to.
I think it was the annual report it said.
Yeah, same. But
I think
what I'm saying
worded.
is, even if it is
Yeah.
in there that there's an annual or town report that goes out and it has to be distributed, that doesn't necessarily have to include the proposed budget.
Nope.
So I think that we should include.
So the question is, what does statutorily, what does the annual report need to include?
Yeah, and I do see the comment, because the budget amount is part of the town meeting warning, it needs to be
Yeah, but it's,
presented at least 10 days before annual meeting, so.
it's in 117.502 annual town report. It's the annual town report and the proposed budget.
Oh.
Shall be made available, and then we argued about the mail for.
Oh.
So Greg has the notes on that. So whatever we came out of that argument, it'd be 117.502.
Okay, yeah, as long as 502 specifically includes the budget, I'm good.
Yep, that's where we left it. Anyway.
Say don't bring up the mail again.
No, please don't go there.
So what is the purpose of this section then, as it's worded? Is it,
It was to allow you to have a budget meeting prior to town meeting day.
aren't we required to?
No. Some people do it the same day.
Oh. Right, but you're allowed to, you're by statute, you're allowed to do it within 3 days of town meeting day.
We're giving you.
And so that's, but that question is right. It's in that other section we talked about last time, isn't it?
The mailing part?
Does that, I don't remember if it includes when you have the town meeting. because
14 days
the-
prior to the annual meeting is when it has to be distributed or postcard or digitally. It says 14 days in here.
But to your point,
But the question is, does that allow us to have the meeting anytime we want?
No, it says time of holding is the next section, 117.503.
What does it say?
It says that the annual meeting of legal voters shall be held at 7:30 p.m. Well, that's
The
yeah,
night before, right?
the night before.
Yeah, so that's the section that needs to be changed to allow us to have our informational meeting on a day other than the day before. The statute only allows us to have it within one of the 3 days before or day of. So you can have it on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, or Tuesday. There are
Why do you
4
want to change it?
Hmm?
I mean, people traditionally come out Monday night to hear it.
But with absentee ballots, most people, half the people that are going to vote have already voted before we have our
Before the
informational
presentation.
meeting, right? And so the question is, do you want to have the informational meeting earlier? We're also running into the question that the school board is talking about moving their vote to town meeting day, and then we would need to coordinate with them so that we don't have overlapping informational meetings. So there's still more discussion that needs to be had there. And we didn't close this question last time. It was one of those things that got controversial, and we decided to defer, I think. So
Wouldn't they have to coordinate to us to make sure they didn't have overlapping?
well, we have to coordinate with them too. They can't just coordinate one direction. It has to be both ways. So yes, we have to
Right, but if they
coordinate.
decided to move it to the same day at the same time, I mean, there's probably a chance it's going to overlap.
So they would vote in the same.
It's the same ballot.
I'm not talking about the ballot. I'm talking about the informational
Presentation.
meeting.
Yeah, we
But
have to make
hopefully
sure
they would
we
just comment too.
Well, that's why
I've made it clear to
Okay.
them that that's our only concern about that. That was a concern that I brought up. Did we talk about it before?
No, but we never talked about moving the
Budget meeting.
budget meeting presentation.
Greg has talked about it a number of times. He
Right,
wants
but
to
we
do
already
it- he
approved
wants to do
that
it a week
section.
before.
We already-
But we haven't closed that section. We have not closed that section yet.
So
Didn't we all come to an agreement and move on? We're just,
nothing has
we're
to
just
be
reading
voted
these
on.
for fun?
We haven't voted on anything.
I know we haven't voted on anything, but I thought we came to an agreement with the writing.
I thought so, but I don't know.
And if we haven't, then I'm going to table this and we'll figure out. a
So
day
no.
we can make an agreement on
The other
writing.
discussion we had, if you're going to talk about other discussions we had, was that we would go through this
And then
finish
make
up
one
this,
vote.
and then go back to the controversial questions.
Parts, right.
Because there are
Ones
legal.
we couldn't decide on, we're going to revisit.
Okay.
But we need to at least touch on everything first and to keep track of the controversial ones so we can go back to see it.
So where's our notes from the question that we have about tonight that we talked about last meeting? Is there any notes from
It's
that?
in the minutes for the meeting that you're
Right.
in the minutes that are later that we're
Yeah.
approving
So
during the consent agenda.
my
Not their only
plan was,
record.
my plan for this was to go through these chapters, these 3 chapters at a time, kind of get a sense of what's there, bring them all back, full comprehensive notes with your comments and everything else, and then sort of go through and kind of do the more final yes, no, adjust this, get a legal opinion on that kind of thing. This is sort of just your first pass at all this stuff. That helps.
Go ahead, Tracy.
I would just like to point out in 603 that we should flag this as making sure that it coincides with that ability, because the last changed proposed language be adjourned until the following day
Right.
when voting by Australian
Right.
ballot takes place.
Right.
So we'll
Right,
want to
right.
make sure that those
So that
stars align
does
with those.
require you to have the informational meeting the night before you vote. That's
Well,
true. That
it-
language does. Yeah.
But it also, Greg, in his comment, says that the meeting. Oh, is that the meeting warning or the budget? Because the budget amount is part of the town meeting warning, it needs to be presented at least 10 days before the annual meeting. That means you have to have the information out there 10 days before?
I'm sorry, which comment was that, Don?
And your GD2 under 117603.
second from the top.
Okay. Yeah, so my understanding, this is where I'd want a legal opinion or some additional review, is that you need to have a town meeting, public hearing, informational hearing at least 10 days before town meeting. And so I think as part of that, the budget is part of that presentation, it's part of the ballot, it's part of everything that gets mailed out. So I think it might be doing the same thing.
But that would take away from having to have it that Monday night if they're giving you 10 days, right?
Correct. And I think, all this language was proposed before the vote last year to move everything to Australian ballot.
Right.
So I think this whole section is worth a cleanup, worth a review of what's the intention, how much of it is relevant, how much is not relevant anymore.
Okay.
Okay, so my questions on this, I guess, are if we're talking about timing of the meeting and distribution of the budget and annual report in another section, we need to make sure that this isn't redundant. We also need to make sure, I think we need to look to see if this section is even necessary, whether statute covers it already. There's also the question of where it says be adjourned until the following day. This kind of stipulates that the meeting has to happen the night before the vote. So I think there's questions of redundancy, whether it repeats statute, and whether that last sentence does indeed require us to have the meeting the night before.
Well, that last sentence was also the way it was.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what we were doing. We were
And
having the meeting
it is-
before. The intent is to change when we give us flexibility as to when we have an informational meeting. I don't think that language.
Not easy enough to fix.
I mean, in my opinion too, you want to have that informational meeting on town meeting day,
I don't think so.
right? That's
Night before. But he's right. Early voters, they're gonna vote before they hear the information now. So that's the other thing.
And Greg has said many times in this room, in that sitting in that seat, maybe not exactly that same chair, that he'd like to have the informational meeting a week before the vote, so that it's not back to back.
You just remove the following day. It'll be adjourned until voting by Australian ballot.
Occurs on town meeting day.
Hmm?
Until voting occurs by Australian ballot on town meeting day. And that would take care of that.
so it'd give you one business week, and the ballots can't be mailed 3 days before, or 4 days before.
But we'll have set the budget and be on the ballot before that anyway.
No, I know, but I'm just talking. If you went 10 days, exactly 10 days,
Mm-hmm.
it gives you and you're using is it Tuesday or Monday? It's Monday, right? Tuesday.
Tuesday's voting. Tuesday's
So you
voting.
wouldn't even have that Friday. You'd have the Monday before. You'd only have one business week. And not even. You'd have 3 days. You'd have 3 days to put your ballot in the mail. If you went 10 days ahead of schedule.
Well, we're not mailing the ballots out. The
No, I'm talking about
ballots go out
I'm talking about absentee voting.
Oh, then
Yeah,
they'd
but
have
people can vote as soon as they get their ballot, and the ballots go out like 20 days before or something like that. I don't know.
But either way, they're not seeing the meeting then.
Sorry.
Then they're not seeing the informational meeting.
Correct.
So if they want to vote, they're going to have to know what they're voting on, or they don't, and they just vote yes or no.
You don't have to go to the informational meeting to understand the budget. You can just read it because we'll send it to them.
All right.
It's available to them. We may or may not send it, but it's available to them. People don't have to go to the town meeting to vote. We just actually last year voted so that they don't have to go to town meeting to vote on anything. So yeah, I don't understand. That's the argument for moving it some number of days before town meeting is to allow people the opportunity to have the informational meeting earlier. It could be considered inappropriate to have it just the night before, because then it's only people that vote on town meeting day that actually see the presentation. If people want to see the presentation, we could do it earlier.
Well, that and the budget approval, all the stuff we do for budget work is open to the public anyway, so they have a chance to comment throughout the whole process.
Yes, and I encourage people
Those that are interested or worried are going to do that. So
Exactly the point.
we've already got the information.
Yeah, so I just don't see the change. I mean, nowhere does it say informational meeting. It just says annual meeting.
Which is now informational because we no longer vote.
So we're going to change the word to informational meeting?
I don't know. We need to figure out what statute says. That's all the legal review of all the language. The legislature may tell us how to do it when it gets there. And I don't think I don't think we need to decide that today.
No.
The question is, if
Just
we
mark it
the
for
question
further
is I think,
research.
is making the language in the charter flexible enough for us to choose the date of the informational meeting. I'm less inclined to want to prescribe the exact date that we need to have the informational meeting. Because if you go 10 days, that's a Friday. You're not going to get people to come to an informational meeting on a Friday evening
No, it'll be a Saturday.
or a Saturday.
Yeah.
That might surprise you though. 'Cause
Depends on how you count calendar days. Calendar
Hello.
math is always weird. Yeah.
nice lunch and have people come and
Oh, yeah, if you did
Might
10
get a
days
turnout.
before that day, it would be a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
The count of 10.
Yeah. So I don't think the intent here is for us to decide right now when exactly we want to have an informational meeting. We need to know what the law allows. We need to know.
Right.
Make sure that all of our language in the charter
So just flag it.
allows us to be flexible. I think.
flag it. That's waving to us out here.
Yeah. So is there a comment from the public? You need to come up closer to the microphone if you'd like to make a comment, please.
Betsy Dunn. The in 602 paragraph B, it says the budget shall be published no later than 2 weeks after its preliminary adoption. So when you've gotten all your department heads and they've come in and you've taken their information and the public has heard all this stuff that's been going on, and it's, piecemeal because it's not everybody all at once, and they get it. When you say this is our budget, that's when you have to put out a notice. And it says,
Betsy, we have to warn the town meeting by the end of January,
Yes.
which is when we have to.
yes,
So
but
it's
the budget
long
shall be
before 2
published
weeks.
no later than 2 weeks after its preliminary adoption.
Mhm.
So when you decide this is our budget, I imagine you say that. And 2 weeks later, you have to produce that to the public. And that covers all the
So including it in our
then the
minutes.
day.
So including it in our minutes satisfies that requirement of publishing it.
I don't know.
So it's not. So I'm not sure what point you're trying to get to. Maybe I should let you.
I'm just trying to say that I think that the hearing, the publishing of what the budget is, comes out early, not just before the vote. It comes out much earlier.
Correct.
And people who are going to vote, as soon as they get the ballots, will have that information if you publish this and get it out into our doors, or with the, what's those thing, those QR, Q something
So
that people have. You don't have to have an informational meeting.
So Betsy, we're don't have to have it. I don't know. We need to look at statute. The statute may require us to have an informational meeting. We need to look at that. I don't have that information right now.
Why not?
I believe
I don't know all statutes.
Wasn't this on the board, on the meeting agenda?
Yes, Betsy, it was. My understanding is that when you move all of your business to Australian ballot, you're required to have an informational meeting instead of an annual meeting. And that is in the notes for what tonight's agenda, and it's to double check and confirm to get a legal opinion. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, this is the select board's first pass. We're flagging areas. This is not final language. This is identifying issues, reviewing issues that the Charter Review Committee proposed about a year ago. We're gathering information. We're going to dial it in what we need to from legal language, but my understanding of statute is that you are required to hold an informational meeting at least 10 days before town meeting.
So
in our understanding of the way the charter is currently written is we're required to do that the night before the vote because of this statement here that says that the meeting will be adjourned till the next day. And
Yeah, but I don't
so that's what we're talking about, Betsy. We're not talking about withholding information from anybody.
no,
at
I know
all.
you're not.
We're
I'm just
talking
saying
about
you-
giving ourselves the flexibility of picking the date that we have for the meeting. That's what we're talking about is the date of the informational meeting. We're not going to restrict availability of the budget information to anybody.
Yeah. Okay. But you have to have it out 14 days after you make a decision.
We have to have it
This is our,
out by the end of January when we warn. Yes.
when you've said this is our budget, it has to.
Like I said, you can just change that until voting occurs on town meeting
Yep,
day,
yep.
and you won't have
Well,
to worry
we
about
can
the
we
rest
can
of that.
yeah we can work in that language. Yep.
Yeah.
So
That's my page.
and then there's a section B. Oh, there's a comment on there. This language is not new.
Just takes out the first sentence about budget being adopted at town meeting by a majority vote. Those present at the meeting. Takes out this first sentence.
What? That just means you can adjust the budget if something important comes up. What B is. So there was no B before.
The annual
but
budget
B
shall
in
be
there.
adopted at town meeting, but the majority of. Oh.
It just gives you the authority to adjust the
I don't
budget.
see that sentence in my version of it. This is where it's.
Yeah, I can't remember if that got moved or if it was accidentally struck. We'll have to check that.
but it doesn't show it as struck. That's why I'm,
And that's why I'm not sure if that's a error or if it was moved to a different section of the chart.
it's also, yeah.
We'll have to check on that one.
A, B, C, 24. There we go.
So this is, none of this is perfect, unfortunately. All right. So,
See how much easier it is to look at it on paper, though?
no, this is completely, I'm totally
Come
baffled by
on.
this. Sorry.
Look at all the stuff that's been found.
We're moving on to 117,702.
So I'm trying to take notes on this previous one to make sure that we have,
You got the hard copy printed out. That's why. You got the
I have the version that was included
in the packet.
minutes, the
printed out.
ugly one that I made that wasn't liked. So that, and it doesn't include that first sentence that in my version, so I don't know where that sentence came from. Whether that's a mistake, or whether it's actually in there. So it shows as so.
I just made a note to check it.
Yep, we need to check that. Whether there's no changes in there or whether there is actually a change. And then moving on to 702 is the next change. Statute already allows the town of Essex to establish local option tax without adding it to their charter. So
That is true, and it was the chairman of the Charter Review Committee fought to put that in there. That was the whole reason that's there.
So statute already allows Essex
I know.
specifically. There's a number of municipalities that were given explicit authority to do this without to have a to vote to have an local option tax without having in their charter.
That's correct.
With one minor difference. And this is something that I've been mentioning for 2 years now, is that the state local option tax, if you want to have an option tax for cannabis sales, it's currently included in the overall sales tax. This would give us the authorization to specifically tax cannabis without adding in a 1% sales tax on everything.
Yep.
So while I'm typically not a fan of redundancy, I do see that as the important part that we shouldn't miss.
And that's the same with meals and rooms, right?
So current local option tax statute allows municipalities to add a 1% sales tax, a meals and rooms tax, a meals and alcohol tax, and a rooms tax. Nobody in the state is allowed to add a cannabis tax. This would be a new tax option that we would be asking the legislature explicitly to give to Essex.
And to expand on that, the only way a municipality could see revenue from a local option tax on cannabis is to emplace the full local option sales tax.
Right. Because what's gonna right.
So those are, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the actual local options tax, not just the change too, but those are 3 separate taxes. That's 3%.
Yes.
No.
So you could do 3% right there.
No, it's 1% on sales tax, which is items you buy that are
Right.
taxable.
Or
1% on meals and alcohol, which are not subject to sales tax.
or
And you could also implement 1% rooms tax, which are not subject to the other taxes. So those are each individual taxes. They're each 1%. It's not 3%. It's 1% of each of those.
But you can do any or all.
You can do any combination of those 3. Nobody has a cannabis specific
Right.
sales tax. So if you do this, then other municipalities will come back and say, "Oh, you allowed Essex to have a cannabis tax." They're gonna, and if they implement a cannabis tax, then they get 2% because it's covered also by sales tax.
Right. But you could do sales tax and a rooms tax and not a meals and alcohol. Or
We could do that.
whatever.
You could do that, but Essex does not need to have this in our charter to do those. The difference here is that Tracy is pointing out is this would give us a unique ability to establish a cannabis tax, which doesn't exist anywhere else in the state.
Well, and it would at least force the conversation at the legislature around separating that out from the overall sales tax. Because I mean, do I think that this has a chance? No. Because
no
the
way.
tax department is going to have to administer it. They're going to have to change rules, change procedures, but it would at least take that conversation to the legislature. So they would at least have to discuss it, which I think is important.
So the state's just collecting a cannabis tax from the distributors.
No, it's covered by if you have a local option tax.
No, I'm not saying for this.
As of right
I'm
now,
saying
yeah.
as of right now.
They pay the
I heard this
state.
big program about how the state's getting all this money from it.
Oh yeah.
But the state's taking all the money.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's effort to lobby to have them share that with the municipalities because we
Yeah.
have costs associated with the fact, potentially have costs associated with the
I think
fact.
it was something like 20%.
Cannabis dispensaries.
Crazy.
Are there any other 1% things you want to add in there?
And so then in that case though, then should this item only list 1% cannabis sales tax? Because we can already do the other ones.
I believe
If
that
that's what you
people
want to
vote
do.
on it.
I'm not in favor of it because I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think it's going to be would be an uphill battle to try to get that.
It's not going to require.
And
us
I think
to
they've
do
already
anything.
discussed it because they don't want cannabis to look any different than any other product.
A question. If we put this in the charter, it doesn't require us to do anything.
No, it just gives us the authority to.
It doesn't hurt anything, right? So if we give it to the public and they wanted it in there, they could have it in there.
So the question, we would probably need to have this question asked individually.
I think all of them are gonna have to be asked individually.
There are a number of them that will be, need to be. Just language updates you can do. In fact, the language updates, if we get to a point where we agree on language updates, we could probably take them to the legislature and ask them to do them without a vote. If it's just language updates, clarifications. They might accept them and put them in the charter before the charter change they're already considering.
So for the local options tax, there's no questions on wording. It's just whether or not it needs to be in there.
It hasn't had a thorough legal review as for
Right.
the wording. It's more at this point we're more just at the concept.
So we can make that decision. Right now.
Sorry, what?
I said, can we make that decision at another time?
We can. But I think Tracy was.
Yeah, I was going to say, we may even be able to, not be repetitive of state statute, but say, in addition to blah, 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 local option tax, the select board by a majority vote, yada, yada, 1% cannabis sales tax. Just so then it's not redundant of state statute, but it clearly designates that we would have that authority. But yeah, I don't think that question has to be.
Right, we definitely would need.
I'm just thinking
ask
it's
for
10
a legal
o'clock.
review before we.
Ken has the same up.
Any other? So we have a member of the. No, I don't. It's a member of the public.
Mm-hmm.
So cannabis isn't a separate designation. So you're right. We're not going to be able to just off the cuff do it because the state has a cannabis sheet, which explains there's 14% excise tax and there's 6% sales tax. Retailers list it just like that, sales tax, not cannabis sales tax, sales tax. So that would be quite a lift. However, there's another alternative, and you might want to put this into the charter. Burlington has an extra tax. It's an entertainment tax. They administer it themselves, which you are allowed to do. In fact, you could actually administer all your sales taxes yourself, your local option tax, if you wanted to. I don't recommend it. But there are very few retail cannabis stores. You might want to think about giving yourself the authority to implement a locally administered cannabis tax, local option tax, if you want to call it that. But I'm not sure. I don't think Burlington calls it that. It's an entertainment tax. And that would also free you up to make the percentage different if you wanted to. I think that's your better avenue if you want to try to get the cannabis.
That's a bigger discussion. Okay, so it sounds like there's some interest. Is everybody, is there a consensus to try to convince the legislature to allow us to do a cannabis tax?
Sure, why not?
Sounds like at least 3 of us are in favor of that.
Thought we weren't making decisions. Which is
Well, I just want to know whether we move on to the next section or not. Whether there's more other language in here you want us to keep in.
We're just
I'm
throwing flags.
I'm just trying to get past to the next. It's not a decision. There's no vote.
Please support that. Tracy said, I think it's a good.
Because the other option is to strike the whole thing, right? We could say that too. That's a decision. If you strike something, it's a decision. But not a vote. Do we vote? This next one is penalty on taxes. I do not understand why we would put out a due date
Because of mail service.
Hmm?
Because of mail service. So
I think people will show up at the door 5 days
No.
late and pay their taxes.
it doesn't happen. No.
I think people will show up 5 days late and pay their taxes.
Date's a due date.
I think a due date needs to be a due date, and if you're worried about mail service, you mail it 2 weeks ahead instead of waiting till the day before.
The problem, Andy, as you sat on the Board of Abatement, and you've heard people say, I mailed it and it didn't get here, and they want the penalty abated. Okay, we're giving them the option of, maybe we just need to make this mailed payments. I don't know how to do it. It was just because that's the biggest complaint we hear in abatement is that it was mailed or my finance company didn't get it to you in time or whatever the rest of the excuses were. But I'm just saying it was to give people the, because that's the biggest complaint we hear on the Board of Abatement. So.
I also seem to remember as part of those abatement hearings that as long as that was postmarked
right
by the due date,
right,
that this wouldn't come into.
Exactly. But some people aren't even getting their mail picked up to get postmarked once a week.
Gotcha.
So if they don't get their mail, it's due on a Wednesday, but their mail doesn't get picked up till Wednesday morning, and it gets processed in White River, it's not going to have the post date mark on it. That was part of it, That was the whole reason for trying to change that, because of the mail delivery service.
Mine's
I
just
think-
an
I think-
escrow, so. He said mine's
Mail
just
in
an
Essex
escrow, so
goes
we
to White
don't
River
have
and then
to
comes back to Essex.
think about it.
Yeah, pretty much. And you put it in your mailbox. It goes to White River, gets postmarked, comes back. A lot of mail travels around the state. It's weird. Yeah.
Or I'll just drive it to your house, put it in the mailbox.
So I'm thinking a due date's a due date, and people need to, if people are and if it's a known thing that the mail is a problem, mail it 2 weeks ahead, not 1 week ahead, because we'll get people that will put it in the mail the day before or the day of and say, well, it was postmarked on the due date. Not my fault you didn't get it, but you could easily get around that by paying your taxes. I mean, I've already.
I agree.
Go
Support that.
directly to the post office, and if
Or go
you
to the
go
post
there and
office,
hand
or-
it to them at the desk,
What about the seniors
is
in
that
their homes that don't? They go down to the lobby and get their mail, but their mail hasn't been delivered or picked up for 5 days.
Right. If you're gonna go to the post office to give it to the guy at the desk, might as well just drive down here.
Betsy, please don't speak out of turn. It was a special circumstance. We allowed that. Yeah.
are we allowed to do this per state statute?
Okay, I believe so. We had the lady that was a lawyer look at it on our thing. So
Is there anything that says when we have to mail out the tax bills? Can we mail out the tax bills sooner than the deadline that we currently do? We give 30 days.
I think it has to be 30 days ahead of time. We were working right up until those 30 days to get the tax
Get 'em
bills
right,
set
yeah.
up to have you approve the tax rate.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think it's 30 days.
We're right up
for
against
the
the
yeah,
30 days.
deadline.
it has to be
Yeah.
30 days.
Rates, yeah.
Mhm.
Tracy?
So this is just talking about the penalty. If someone is 5 days late, do they still incur the interest for those 5 days?
What's that next line say?
Any
minute.
additional interest charged in the amount
5 days
shall be
again.
added to tax. Oh, not paid on or before 5 days.
Right.
I thought statute was very clear about, like, as soon as that date hits, unless they have a payment plan in place and they work with a manager, that shall happen. I'd be interested to hear what legal has to say about that.
I guess if it's something you want to pursue.
And then again, you could just not change it. Charge the people. Up to you. I think it was sort of just an extension of
You just move the due date to the 20th
trying to help people out.
rather than the 15th. I think that's the same effect.
Or you could just you could mail the tax bill out 35 days before. It's
No.
still-
Because
If you
it's
move
not
the,
ready.
if you move the due date by 5 days, it's the same as paying as mailing the. Still goes to 35 days, just moving the other direction. The 20th is an odd day. I don't know why. Of course, it's no different than the 15th. It's just an arbitrary date, right?
Everybody know taxes are due on the 15th, though.
Yeah, but if we put this in, then they're really really due on the 20th. I
All right, put a flag on it and come back.
So I guess I'm writing down more discussion, and then I'm also writing down legal review.
Mhm.
Is there any legal concern with changing that date? Next section is 705 that gives the town assessor the authorization to negotiate tax agreements.
Mm-hmm.
Who currently does that?
The manager does.
Manager?
The select board, generally what we've done is the select board has authorized the manager to, and the manager uses his staff as he sees fit to do that.
And this was the town assessor came to us at one of our meetings and asked to have this put in. So that's where this one came from.
And I think that was just, she was probably looking for some cover to say, because she works on them now and have it in there. I don't know that it's necessary. I'd forgotten that. Thanks for the reminder. I wasn't sure why it was here otherwise.
Came.
So the select board, currently the select board has the authority. We have in the past authorized the manager to negotiate, and then we approve final terms. The assessor themselves can't independently go negotiate a tax agreement without the manager's authority. That's where it's.
That I have a feeling. No, what about when they set up a payment plan, Greg? They don't do that through you. They do that through her and finance.
Well, that's why I'm not totally clear of what taxation agreements these are. Are these tax stabilization agreements? Are they payment
Right.
plans?
Yeah, that should be specified because that was my question.
Yeah.
Is whether this is paying for taxes that's due through an agreement or whether it's like an agreement with an industry.
No, it's supposed to be for the individual taxpayers. Oh, it's between a town and a taxpayer or taxpayers within.
Oh, yeah,
the
you're right.
town.
That is unclear. Does this include?
I think this was to allow her to be part of the negotiation along with finance for people that, when the board of abatement says go set up a finance plan, she wanted to be able to participate in that, or if they come in without coming to us, she wanted to be able to participate in it. my understanding.
Now, do we-
I can speak to her and try to get some more
yeah.
clarification.
I didn't have anything to do with any big companies or any stuff like that. That
Right.
you know, we would authorize Greg to deal with. This was just individual taxpayers that.
I would say those are two separate items.
But this specifically says, yeah, that I think so too. This specifically says taxation agreements. The tax doesn't change when you go into a payment plan. She's not negotiating a different tax.
She's negotiating a payment plan to pay that.
But the tax is still the same. This
Right.
I think is intended to you know, we have veterans are allowed to
Right. Yeah, I know.
exclude
Yeah.
$40,000 of their assessment, right? And we have the lands, the open lands contracts too. I think maybe the language needs to be clearer to say that. I think that's what this means here. I don't think this means payment plan. This doesn't change anybody's tax.
No, it's just it was.
Yep.
I think
yep.
she should get input in it.
We just need to clarify what the intent there
Mhm.
is, and if there's I'm trying to remember now if there's another section that talks about delinquent taxes, and if the authority needs to be given to the assessor to negotiate payment plans, it also would also water is the same situation, right? Water and sewer, right?
Right, they can be
They
come
can
to
be
abatement and
delinquent
be
too,
set up too. Yeah. Yep.
All right.
And that you could address that with policy versus the charter.
Right. Why does it need to be in the charter? Yeah. This next section, 801 and 802, we've actually are covered with the other charter change that's been approved already.
With the exception of 805.
I said 801 and 802.
I'm sorry. Sorry about
Already
that.
covered. 803 talks about energy related issues. This is requiring the appointment of an energy coordinator. We want to have that in our.
You discussed this one of the earlier sections and decided
Yep.
that no, but
Okay, so this was just a
I'll send my request though for our budget discussions.
And I mean, my question on that around the, is it it should be specifically stated whether it's an employee, whether it's just a member, a volunteer committee
yeah, and
person, because it's still not clear to me.
Well, statute allows us
based on
to
this.
appoint an energy coordinator.
Yeah.
This makes it required.
I think either way it doesn't need to be in the charter.
Okay, then 804 is also is transition provisions. That's part of the change of the that's already been approved. And then the 805 is the Commission on Public Safety. We've established the CAB. Do we want to are we okay with taking 805 out?
Yeah, because the group wanted the Commission of Public Safety to be able to interact not only with the police department but with the fire department.
And the select board can still, whether it's to modify or adjust or evolve or create a new committee, you still have the ability to do that. It just doesn't need to be in the charter.
Or you can just authorize the fire chief to talk to the cab. Right? Just like they do.
We could change the mission of the CAB, right?
Yeah.
Or we could establish a fire safety or EMS or whatever. However.
Right.
Be in the charter. So
Oh,
this whole 800 section there, I think none of those changes. And that's it. We're done.
Yeah. We're done that.
Agenda item. We'll try to come back to these.
Only 49 minutes left.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, now I've got
49 minutes for fun.
I don't think that's me, Scott.
That was me.
You hitting your mic?
Okay, let's move on to the next agenda item, which is consider appointment of representatives technical advisory committee to update Burlington International Airport noise exposure map. I think you were all copied on the email that Greg forwarded asking for a volunteer.
Tracy volunteered. I make the motion that we appoint Tracy as a representative to a technical advisory committee that is updating the Burlington International Airport Noise Exposure Map.
Second.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Ethan. Any further discussion? Thank you for volunteering, Tracy.
You're welcome.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Next section is discussion of potential action about goals and objectives for the town manager. Greg, you want to say anything? And then
Yeah, I think we can discuss this in executive session, but a lot of it's here anyways. It's more if you want to talk about prioritization of there. As part of my contract as manager, there's a few sections in there that speak to compensation, evaluation, goals and objectives. One of the pieces is section 6, that the board and the town manager each year shall define such goals and performance objectives which they determine necessary for the proper operation of the town and the attainment of the board's policy objectives, and shall further establish a relative priority among the various goals and objectives, and said goals and objectives shall be reduced to writing. I have some more detail in there that I can speak to if there's questions, but I basically just went through your annual work plan for fiscal year 24, the administrative work plan for fiscal 24. I took all the items that were in there, tried to rank them as top priorities, secondary priorities, lower priorities, and stuff for fiscal year 25 that might get done this year anyways. So we can discuss prioritization. I'm happy to take feedback on how all of that looks. Like I said, it was taken from existing documents, so hopefully there's no surprises in there. But that's the background. I'm happy to speak in more depth if there are questions or comments or thoughts.
so Greg, what are you asking for here? Just a discussion, or do you want us potentially to approve these goals that you've
Ultimately to agree to the goals and the priorities and in writing. It's ultimately the request.
Right. Anybody have any comments or questions? Everybody happy with the goals that are there? There's a lot of them.
I'll order.
Thought of that. I was putting the list together.
But they're prioritized, and I think that the prioritization was
Yeah.
good, and
Yeah.
I agreed with what
Right,
was
so that's
there.
right.
Focus from the top down.
There's 8 or 9, I think, 9 or so top priorities.
I was gonna ask Greg if there's anything on there that he wants to have moved up or moved down as attainable.
No, I don't think so. I built it sort of looking at what we'd already identified as high or low or medium priority. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot, but I think it's for the most part attainable, and excuse me, try to keep you informed and be part of my evaluation next year and discussions about why things got rearranged or didn't get rearranged, and go from there. I'm comfortable with it if you are.
Anything else? Any comments from the public? So you need to come forward to the microphone.
Quite a few items happen to notice that it so happens that the EDC is adding to their action plan, where a lot of them the EDC is going to try to take responsibility for. I don't think I want to get into it right now per se, but I just would point out that at least that committee is going to attempt to pick up some of this stuff that's on that list, like the logo thing and the brand thing, and there were quite a few other items as well, maybe 3 or 4.
Thanks, and that was Ken Signorello.
And Signorello.
Thanks.
Brigham Hill.
Anybody online with any comments or questions? See any hands? So
But I'm sorry to interrupt, but some of these special projects are done, where you've gotten.
I don't think anything's completely done because I didn't include some of the stuff that is done, or in the spreadsheet that I attached.
Maybe I'm not. What am I looking at here? I've got
Communications unit.
annual work plan,
Mm-hmm.
and then you've got the time frame.
Are you in the-
Like
are
down
you-
here, you've got
Are you in the memo or are you in the
You in
work plan?
The
I'm in the
spreadsheet.
work plan.
Oh,
But-
yeah,
yeah.
the list of goals is in the memo.
Yeah. So I included the work plan just to show what progress has been done to this point on some of these things, and some of them are completed. The ones that are completed, I did not include under the memo as.
Oh, good. Okay, I see. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, wait a minute. He's already done. Okay, never mind. I got it.
All right. Sure, Ken, come on up. Identify yourself again.
Not under DEC.
Identify yourself again.
Pervey, Ken Signorello. The $50 stipend, that's something that we talked about at one of the breakfasts, I think it was, over at the JP's. And it's my experience that, yeah, that needs to be revisited for sure. And I see it on the list, and I think that's a great thing. I want to see that be prioritized.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, any other board member comments? What do we want to do here? You got to.
I'm fine if you want to make a motion now. I do still want to talk in executive session about evaluation stuff. So
Okay.
That's all.
Oh, I see.
Yep. So if you're comfortable approving this list now, that's fine. But I still would like to discuss employment and evaluation stuff in executive session.
Okay, so do we want to talk about goals in executive session? Okay. Somebody wanna
No,
take a
I'm
vote?
good on goals.
Okay, somebody want
I'll
Tracy.
move that the select board approve the defined goals and performance objectives for the manager.
Second.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Don. Is that adequate? All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, and so then there will be, we will though want to go into executive session to talk about evaluation of
Public employee.
public employees. So we'll do that, and then we also have the security and emergency response measures. You definitely want to cover in an executive session.
Yeah, there's no rush on that. If we can see what happens with time wise, I don't think it'll take that long. But
Okay.
Either way.
All right, but we'll go through the
Yes.
motions anyway. Consent agenda.
I make the motion. We accept the consent agenda.
Okay.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Ethan. Any comments or questions on the consent?
I'll just make the comment that I did mention to the town manager about discussing the town clerk, town treasurer position at some point in the future.
To see whether or not they should be the same person or separate duties or whatever.
Or just to see
Yeah,
how-
make sure we have a robust process in place to address all of the fraud protection and so forth. Yeah.
And I responded that I'll put it on a future agenda and hopefully gather some more information and have get some more input from staff. How the best do it. We do have checks and balances in place right now. The finance department's reviewing all transactions, so there is a separation of duties, but we'll take a look and see if we can do it differently or better.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions about consent? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. A reading file. Any board member comments? Don.
I would like to know if it's possible for this town, and I'm not sure who would do it, if it would be the health officer or the police department or rescue, to set up a location for that we have Narcan and fentanyl testing strips available. We gave away free COVID testing, and I think now with this drug issue that's an overdose issue that's growing so quickly, especially here in Chittenden County, I just think it's important that we have that stuff available for people. And I'm not sure where to go with it, but I have heard from multiple people about it, and I think it's a good idea. I mean, whether it's the library, whether it's the police department, or whether it's, I don't know where, but we need to have that stuff available.
You want to comment on it or respond to it?
Sure, yeah, briefly. So we have gotten some information about that. The library is open to having a small supply that they can administer. I think they can only have 2 doses at a time. Somebody has to be responsible for food inventory, stocking, being willing to administer it. The police and fire have agreed that it is an issue. At this point, we're looking at it might be something that they have available if needed versus a distribution center kind of thing.
How is it they can have that machine there in Johnson that you can just go and get what you need if you can only have 2?
Don't know. I don't know yet.
Yeah, there's special permission associated with that. I remember reading that article.
Yeah, I mean, they did a whole presentation that I guess it was a rehab center
Yeah,
there.
there's
They
5
put
of
out a dispenser machine that you could just, if you need it, go and get it.
There are 5 of them in New England.
Yeah, so,
And there's some.
well, whatever. I'm just saying,
Yep.
2 isn't going to make not much, or with fentanyl testing either. So
Doesn't our local fire, I don't know, fire, police, and EMS, don't they all carry?
They do. They all carry Narcan. Yes.
Yeah.
This
The
is for
question
individuals.
making it available to the public. You can buy it over the counter now. It's $45.
At the drugstore?
That's the
So
I think that there's been a suggestion. We haven't warned this discussion. We shouldn't have it, but there's been some question about whether the town should make it available.
okay.
I don't know.
Well, that was my concern, and that's why I heard from people. So
Yep. Anybody else?
I just was how the procedure goes. We have for the traffic signals, by approving the reading file, we'll approve that work.
We're not approving the reading file. This is just
So it's just a discussion for a future agenda for approval because it says it
where's
recommended.
where's the
That was in the
where's
consent. That was in the consent.
traffic signals was in consent.
Yeah.
Oh,
We did approve that.
I had it in the I think I made a mistake. Is the sidewalk petition there as well? That's
The sidewalk. That's
Didn't
just
come in.
information for us when we get to our budget discussions.
But that's in the reading file.
Yeah, it's just information for us.
Yeah.
If it's in the reading file, it's just information for us. This is also an opportunity for the board to do essentially public to be heard, our own, bring up things that we want. I wanted to comment on the water tower thing. I think the report that we got was great. I liked all the pictures in it showing, what was done. The other thing I want to mention is that the Historical Society, I think, has 500 of the tiles, the slate tiles that came off the roof. They're selling them as a fundraiser. They're $20, just a bare tile, and then there are some that artists are painting with images of things around town or other things, selling those for $50 each. So if folks want to support the further restoration of the water tower, you can go out, touch base with the Historical Society and purchase one of those tiles. We were over there. They're open. The museum's open Sundays 1 to 4. I'm not sure if it's every Sunday, but we were over there yesterday. They only had 4 tiles then, but they promised me that they would have more by the 1st of October.
Painted or plain?
Hmm?
Or painted?
Or painted. Yeah, they've got many of them that are unpainted. If you'd like one, just as in the slate that came off in the report said it wasn't usable, but the terms of the grant said that they had to use original or authentic materials. So the tiles that went back onto the roof that came from a mill in Maine that was being deconstructed, and so they're 100-year-old tiles going onto the roof, and they're expected to last another 100 years. So
Were they 200-year-old tiles that came off the roof?
our tiles, I have no idea. I have no idea how old they were.
Hmm.
Anyway, I just wanted to mention that there's the fundraiser going on. Folks might want to consider purchasing one if you'd like to support that effort. All right. Anything else? Yeah, let's circle back. We need to do some. Oh, you have a comment?
I just wanted to make mention of Explore Essex Passport Week, September 30th, October 7th.
All right, that will be happening. Our next meeting is in the middle of that. It's in the midst of that. Yep. Thanks for bringing that up.
Always a good time.
All right. So now we have.
I move the select board make the specific findings that general public knowledge of contracts would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Do we need the contract? We don't need
No,
the
I don't
contract.
think we can skip that one.
Oh, I move the select board enter into executive session to discuss contracts and the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public employee in accordance with 1 VSA section 313A, 1A, and 1 VSA section 313A3 to include the town manager and deputy manager. If that's the one you want.
I'm sorry, I forgot that. I was thinking the sewer contract. So technically, yeah, you can discuss my contract. I don't think.
Contract.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'm
think you
sorry.
can just do the eval. I think you're fine.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. So, so
Strike out the contracts. Well, if you're interested in discussing my contract, then yeah, we can make the premature. I think I was looking more for the evaluation of public official piece. So
Okay, guys.
sorry, getting late.
So do we need to
Do the premature knowledge. Put the town at a disadvantage. We'll just cover it just in case.
Okay, so then we'll circle back to that one. So let's vote on the motion that's on the floor that says to enter in any executive session, and we'll cover ourselves by going back to the other one. So all those in favor of going into executive session to discuss evaluation of employees and or potentially contracts, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes 5-0. So now I'm sorry, but we do need to.
I move the select board make the specific finding that general public knowledge of contracts would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Second.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Tracy. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes 5-0.
And I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss security or emergency response measures, the disclosure of which could jeopardize public safety in accordance with 1 VSA section 313A10 to include the town manager and deputy manager.
Thank you, Don. Ethan, did you second that?
Yeah.
Okay, Ethan, thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes 5-0. We prefer now, I think, to stay in this room, so we'll let Scott clean up.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so you can clean up, and we'll ask folks that are here to step out while we're discussing, and then if we
I don't think you need to make it. I don't expect any motions coming out of.
we likely won't come back to take any action. But